Okay, everybody, welcome back. It's 9 a.m. This session is my session. So this is what I do as a job is I give presentations to builders and developers and designers in our Savings by Design workshops. And I talk to them about health and well-being in the built environment. So I'm going to give you essentially the talk that I give builders, but I'll try and add some side comments along the way. Thank you to the people that recommended Mentimeter. So if you'd like to more actively participate, I'm new to this, so I hope I do it right, but don't hesitate to come along and I'll get started. Okay. What you're going to learn today from me is I'm going to give you an overview. We already spend so much time indoors. People were saying it this morning. Fatima was talking about how important humans are in the built environment, and I agree. And the built environment definitely affects our comfort, our health, our wellness, our belonging. And unfortunately, our building codes really are woefully behind when it comes to taking into account humans in the built environment. Durham has an accessibility and a IEQ checklist, which is really exciting, but most communities don't. But the good thing is that there are evidence-based operational strategies for improving our indoor environment. So I asked you the question this morning, what is sustainable to you? What is a sustainable building? I really like this kind of simple framework of a sustainable building is when you have the overlap of these three areas. The original person who developed this framework, a lot of people use the P of profit. It has to be profitable in order to be balanced, to be sustainable. And I don't disagree, but I like the broader P of prosperity. There has to be some good to the community, good to the people, good to, not just the people who are going to be living in a building, but the people who are building it, who are designing it. It needs to be fair for all of those people. Obviously, we want to minimize the damage that we do to the planet. We'll talk a lot. We have talked a lot about that, and we will continue to talk a lot about that. And today is the day about people. So you'll hear from me about indoor environmental quality. You're going to hear from an incredible panel on accessibility. You'll be hearing about decolonization of the built environment. And you'll also hear about windows. Windows are an important element when it comes to how we feel in the built environment. Okay, so why is it important to consider people, as we did this morning in Diana's activity? It's because buildings really do have an enormous effect. In fact, we spend so much time indoors, 80 to 90% of our health outcomes are due to the external environment. And the homes, the buildings that we traverse, they can have a direct effect on our health and well-being, our comfort, health, and well-being. We know very well now that they can transmit disease, they can be inaccessible, they can be uncomfortable, but they also have an indirect effect. They influence our behaviors, our thoughts, our lifestyles. So thankfully, because of COVID, we have been much more aware of how buildings affect humans. And like anything, any field of study, any ideas, these things come in swings, right? So in the 1970s, I don't know if you guys are aware that I was fascinated to learn that at least in our North American context, really buildings were built generally without a lot of insulation, without a lot of thought to keeping the heat that we generate in our North American context within buildings. We built bricks in the Toronto context, for instance. We built buildings out of brick with zero insulation inside of them, and we heated them with things like coal and oil. And coal and oil, when you burn them, give off a lot of particulates. And so we wanted our buildings to be breathable so that those particulates that we were using, that were created from the heat that we were creating, and we are a heating dominated climate here, so that those particulates would have a place to go and wouldn't enter into our lungs as much. Although there's a great building on the campus of U of T, which is a building that is a traditional building, and they'll talk to you that people back then would sleep sitting up because their lungs were so full of particulates. from the cooking, from the heating, from all of the indoor environment, indoor particulates that were being caused by cooking and heating. 1970s came around. What happened? We started to have to pay for gas. There was a gas crisis, an oil crisis, and so suddenly the cost of heating went way up. This is a concern that's happening with people now. If we change to electric, the cost of electricity is 5 times higher, we were told yesterday, than it is for gas. So that's when people started in the North American context to realize, oh, we've got to insulate. But what happened when we started insulating? People got sick because all of that particulate matter was starting to get trapped inside. We didn't really know what we were doing. People were getting sick, buildings were degrading. So there was a backlash, a reaction to that. And then in the 2000s, we started worrying about GHGs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So thankfully, right now, we're in a time where there is a growing business interest in health and wellness. There's a recognition that buildings really do affect us. There's been huge impulse, thankfully, in our North American context, realization about how important diversity, equity, and inclusion is, and we're focusing on that in all the context of the built environment. We have to be humble. Those of us that work in the built environment have to recognize that without wanting to, unintentionally, we've made a lot of mistakes. We used to insulate with asbestos. For those of you that are new to Canada, like I was, I didn't realize asbestos is a town in Canada where they found the material called asbestos, which turned out to be an incredible insulator, but also causes cancer. So thankfully, it's only used in things like brake pads and what have you, but it used to be literally sprayed on. I know Diana and my daughter went to a high school where there was asbestos in the ceiling and it would fall down onto their desks as they were studying. So we've had lots of other cases where we've unintentionally poisoned the people in our buildings through the materials or the way that we are building. So we've gotten to a point where our concept of, we are a modern society and we have great materials and great design and great, buildings. Well, it may not actually be so great from the human perspective. You guys might be too old to know who these people are, the Jetsons. When I was a kid, oh my gosh, this was my dream, was to have a chair that rolled around and have a TV screen where I could talk to people and, everything was automated. It's today and it's a nightmare. I would much rather be with all of you in person. And it is practical. It has some advantages, but, sometimes what we think is going to be a better future, the reality is, there are a lot of good things about the way things were done before, or just the simple way of doing things. One evidence of that is our modern buildings. So, in the 70s, we started getting cheaper steel, cheaper glass. It was quick and easy, and it was very easy to build these big, tall buildings to house a lot of people, which is really good. We learned yesterday from Shoshona. We can't afford in so many ways, especially from an embodied carbon and from a sustainability point of view, we can't afford to build homes anymore, houses anymore. We need to be building homes, and that means we need to be building buildings where lots of people can live. But there was a study done just a few years ago of hundreds of MURBs, multi-unit residential buildings, so condos, apartments, etc. And these were buildings that I'm certain were designed by teams that had the best of intentions and really smart people. And they were just doing what best, what practice is, what everybody does, so to speak. Well, they studied those buildings, not from an energy perspective, but from a human perspective. And they said, how thermally comfortable are these buildings? Not too hot, not too cold. When do you feel, more or less okay? And ASHRAE has a standard that says we want 80% of people to feel comfortable, thermally comfortable, some or most of the time. Well, the result of these studies of hundreds of apartments and condominiums was that only 11% of people felt thermally comfortable, some or most of the time. So that's a failure on the part of our industry to consider comfort as well as energy savings. And it's a reality that we have to understand, is that sometimes sustainability, those 3 points of sustainability, they are at odds with one another. Sometimes things cost more, sometimes they're more or less beneficial to humans, sometimes they're more or less beneficial to the environment. We also need to understand that our buildings, our outdoor air is polluted. There are studies that say that our indoor air is actually more polluted because of a lot of contaminants that we put into our built environment. So you did the exercise this morning about who are we building for. We heard from Megan as well that there is a long, long list of people that are desperate to get access to affordable housing units. And she mentioned the word family. We're building for family. And one of the things I find most compelling is that a lot of the design standards that we use in our industry actually define family. And family is 2 adults and 2 persons, depending on which standard you're looking at, sometimes even 1.5 persons, have inhabiting a home 50% of the time. So, I'm in this seat. I have been for the last, days, and I see Maritza is able to walk around, which is awesome. But we have, people that are in our family can be all sorts of combinations, especially in a city as multicultural as Toronto, and especially in a place that is as unaffordable as Toronto or many of the major metropolitan areas. We have people living together, adults living together, families with multi-generations, etc. So even though we design for the average, there's no such thing as average. So how do we set human goals to improve the occupants? And when I say inhabitants, for me, anyone that touches the building that we are either designing or building or looking at, anyone who touches the building is an inhabitant. That includes the builders. Builders have to build with safe materials. People who live in the building have to be safe and healthy. People who will be in that building as staff or as visitors or as the community that comes to visit, etc., they all deserve to have a good building. And we've learned these lessons before. As I said, things come in these swings. It was a really interesting study on the Center for Active Design. The last time there was this kind of big focus on humans in the built environment was in the last century, when we had more pandemics, more epidemics. We talked yesterday about cholera. Cholera happened here as well. And at that time, there were interventions into the built environment to help people. So things we take for granted today, for instance, it used to be completely normal to spit in restaurants. Many tables would have a spittoon next to them. People would be chewing, mostly men would be chewing tobacco, and they would spit into their spittoon. There were no public washrooms or places where we could wash our hands. There were no water fountains with fresh, clean water. There were few parks. Europe and many other cultures have always known the benefits of parks where people can meet outdoors without infecting one another, still have social connection, but not infectious connection. So this is my one summary slide, really. I kind of put it here in the middle because I want you to understand that very often the state of where our industry is right now is that most people think about indoor air quality, but indoor air quality is not a substitute for comfort, health, and well-being in the built environment. I was asked to be on, there's a new building rating system called the Net Zero building rating system, and they asked me to be on the committee. They have a checklist. It is a IAQ checklist. And so I was begging them to at least call it an IEQ checklist. Does anybody know what IEQ stands for?
Indoor air quality?
So
Indoor
IAQ is,
environment.
Oh, yeah,
that's
indoor
right.
air.
That's right. So IAQ is indoor air quality, and EQ is indoor environmental quality. So it's a little bit broader. So what do we mean by indoor air quality? So there are 3 strategies to get good indoor air. Very often, if you're an engineer, if you're a mechanical engineer, you will have learned a ton about how you can ventilate to clear the air. So in other words, if you push a lot of air into a room, sure, the contaminants in that room will dilute. There will be fewer contaminants compared to the amount of air in the room. But that is not a very efficient way of getting good indoor air quality, neither from an energy perspective nor from a health perspective. The number one thing you can do is reduce the contaminants that you're putting into the building to begin with. So the second thing you can do is ventilation. And then we've learned a lot about filtration, especially after COVID. So a lot of people will sell or talk about filtration. Oh, we can filter your air. It'll be clean. It'll be great. And it'll be great for humans. Yeah, but there's so much more, right? So indoor air quality is important. And the most important thing you can do to get good indoor air quality is to ensure you don't put bad things into the air to begin with. But let's look a little bit broader. It's not just indoor air. If we look at indoor environmental quality, it's all these other elements. Thermal comfort, what I talked about before, not too hot, not too cold. How many of you right now are in a room that is too hot or too cold? Can you use the little clickies on the top? I don't know if you guys are logged into the Mentimeter. I'm learning how to use it. I'm excited about it. Okay. So I know that in North America, we over air condition. There are so many places that you walk in and you need a sweater in the summer, which is ridiculous. Or you can be in a space that is simply unconditioned or poorly conditioned. Acoustic comfort, sound, noise is one of the biggest pollutants, and one of the, it can affect your mental health, it can affect your well-being, can affect all sorts of things. And when we're designing for occupants, we need to consider, you know, as you're a mechanical designer, you might be thinking about the most efficient run for some sort of a pipe or what have you. But if that run is in the middle, I'll give the example. At my old house, we had a plumbing stack. That plumbing stack ran from the 3rd floor down to our basement. And it was the main plumbing stack for the entire house. And when my daughters were upstairs using bathroom or showering, and we were having a dinner party downstairs, you would just hear noise the whole time. So it's a poorly thought out. A simple thing that I always tell people is when you're looking at a plan, look at it with your 5 senses. Use your eyes, use your ears, use your nose, use your touch, and say, is this a place that feels good for the people who are going to be in there? Can't tell you how many times I've seen a wall with a bedroom on one side and an office or a living room on the other side, where the TV is hanging, where the bed will be on the other side. That doesn't make sense from an ears perspective, right? Acoustic comfort, which can come from outside or inside. Visual comfort is really important. Dave will be talking to us later today about windows and how important windows are to connect us to the outside, but they can also be a cause of glare and discomfort, overheating, etc. Who knows what biophilia means? Can somebody define it for me?
Uh, it's it's elements from the nature. It's nature in space. I've learned about it. Nature in space. I won't say the usual way. I'm just saying that it's bringing in the nature inside in terms of textures, in terms of anything, just not plants. And I also want to mention that it's mostly considered that people use artificial plants, which I don't feel gives the pleasure, the essence of nature. So that's my perspective. But yeah, from the visual point of view, that also considers as biophilia. So anything where we bring in the outside in is biophilia.
Perfect. Perfect. It's natural materials, allowing your natural circadian rhythms by providing dark, by providing opportunity for seeing nature in the outdoors, using, you know, things that make you feel connected. When I do these workshops in person, we're often in a hotel, in a conference room, and they're hideous, awful carpeting, laminated tables. And I'm like, is there anything in this room you'd like to take home with you and keep in your, most intimate spaces in your bedroom or somewhere? And people just look around and like, Ugh. So we have to think about that. There's so much research in the Nordic countries about materials used in schools, for instance, especially elementary schools. And they've recognized that, natural wood, it doesn't have to be expensive. It can be plywoods. Anything that is natural makes us feel like we belong because we're animals. We're animals and we like natural materials. And so that makes us feel like we belong in the space. We don't have that sense of discomfort. I do want to put one bug in all of your ears, especially if you're an interior designers. There had been a trend of doing what they call green walls, where they have, an entire wall. You walk into a space and it's this stunning green wall that exists. And a lot of the research has actually shown that unless they are incredibly carefully designed and incredibly carefully taken care of, they actually don't provide the air filtration and all the good feelings and what have you. They can actually be a cause of indoor air pollution. So just a warning, sometimes I don't want to call it greenwashing, but sometimes things become trendy. And when they become trendy, people look at them as a single bullet solution. In nothing in life, there is one solution that will solve everything. If somebody sells you something and says, this is the cure for it all, you gotta question it, right? We want to look at things holistically. And having a plant, there's other research that shows that people who live in long-term care, they did a study where they had no plants, then they had a study, then that was the control group. Other people had a plant, but the nurse took care of it. And in the third group, they had elderly people who had a plant and they were shown how to take care of it. They could water or prune, and the outcomes clearly for the people who were actually taking care of the plant themselves were multiple times better. So use biophilia carefully and legitimately is, I guess, my quest, the lesson there. And ergonomics. So if you're lucky enough to have Fatima on your group, you will understand that ergonomics really is just how you flow around, making sure that the space is really well thought out. We've all been a space where the door opens and it bangs against something, or just the place feels uncomfortable because it hasn't been designed for ease of movement. And then we have this area of belonging, right? We want people, so we can do all these things to have good indoor environmental quality, but we can create spaces that, without intending to, or perhaps without thinking about it, cause us to feel like we don't belong. Depending on your culture, you may walk into a very modern building and feel like it's cold and unfriendly and unwarming. If you're building a space where there are going to be indigenous people, is there a space for them to do a smudging ceremony? Is there a space where they can have their art, their colors? Is there a space where people are able to age in place? Is it accessible, etc.? So all of these things, it's a lot to think about. It's a lot to think about. But there are design and operational strategies for all of those. So tomorrow, when my colleagues are doing the workshop, you'll hear them talking about different things that they can do to the envelope and to the mechanical systems that will help all of these comfort issues, right? Whether it's better indoor air quality, et cetera, ergonomics. But they won't talk to you about the belonging side of things. And so I want you to have that hat on the whole day about, especially in this wonderful population that we're going to be serving, what are ways that we can ensure that people feel like they belong? Any questions so far? Okay, so I talk about health and well-being, and I'd like to define them just the way that I look at them, because I think it will hopefully help you understand a holistic, ongoing perspective. So, I look to World Health Organization. If you're in finance, you might think of this like a balance sheet, or if you're not in finance, it's just a picture. Health is a snapshot. When you go to the doctor, they'll take your weight, your blood pressure, etc. And they'll say, this is your state of health right now. So it's static. And then you can compare one health to the next health, and you can see, has your blood pressure gone up or gone down? Has your weight varied, etc. But it's just a snapshot. Wellness is more of a fluid thing. It's an active process. It looks at more factors. The Global Wellness Institute, which I highly encourage you to look at, they have a ton of research. They're the ones that have done the WELL certification. They recognize that there are more dimensions. It's not just your physical, mental, and social, but there are many other dimensions. And further research has proven that there are even more dimensions. This is how, it is an evolving field. So how these two relate to each other is the key to how I encourage you to approach considering health and well-being, comfort, health, and well-being in the built environment. And if you look just at health, if you just say, hey, how can I make this building more healthy right now at the snapshot? So don't use asbestos, don't use lead, et cetera, et cetera. This is a really reactive approach. Our building code is incredibly reactive. If you look at our building code, it is a reaction to fire, a reaction to somebody having an accident, a reaction to having, et cetera, tripping and falling. I can't tell you how many sections there are on the stair tread. And of course, we don't want people falling downstairs and tripping themselves and what have you. And we want doors to be wide so people can get into them. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is if you only set a standard when something has gone wrong, that's a reactive approach. But wellness paradigm, taking a wellness paradigm, we're beginning to see it now in the built environment. We've definitely seen it in the medical field. So what is a wellness paradigm? It's proactive. It looks at where you've been, where you are now, and where you are headed. So to give you a very quick example, I fell a couple of years ago, I broke my wrist. In a treatment paradigm, the doctor would have just fixed the wrist, put a cast on it, that would have been the end of it. But I have a very wellness-oriented physician. I'm very lucky, knock on wood. She asked me a whole bunch of questions about why did I fall? Had I been under a lot of stress? Had I fallen before? How was my balance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then she looked at the wrist, and of course, but then she also made me take proactive steps so that I wouldn't fall again, so that I would increase my balance, so that I would decrease my stress. So this is the attitude that we're beginning to see in the built environment. And wellness isn't static. So yeah, my wrist, much better. I feel great. But I had a hip replacement over the summer. So it's an ongoing thing. And wellness, comfort, health, and well-being within the built environment is the same thing. Architects are famous for being upset when the occupants go in and change things around. We heard, not using the building the way it was designed. We heard Mudit saying humans are the worst contaminants in the built environment. But we are there. And ultimately, buildings are for us. And so well-being is this interaction between ourselves, our community, and the environment that we're in. So how do we approach it? Do you guys know the ASHRAE standard? You heard about? Yep. So this is what engineers and architects and everybody uses to look at. ASHRAE is amazing, the Association of Heating and Refrigeration Experts. And they have a standard for, indoor air quality. And the title of it is the Standard for Acceptable Indoor Air Quality. And I always like to tease this because, of course, nobody wants acceptable indoor air quality. We all want great indoor air quality. Where does the problem arise? The problem arises because our building code, they aren't experts in indoor air quality. So they look to the best standard, ASHRAE standard, for example. And in different countries, there are different standards, although ASHRAE is very international. And our building code says, our regulation is go to this page, that section, that bullet. If you meet that, you meet building code. So what I hope you understand is that if you are in any way, shape, or form involved in a building and somebody says it meets building code for indoor air quality, that you would say to your design team, hey, let's go beyond what building code requires and look to ASHRAE, because ASHRAE actually has all of the information on how to get fantastic indoor air quality. And in fact, ASHRAE has understood that it's not just about indoor air quality, it's about indoor environmental quality. So they are beginning to redo all of their standards to go away from IAQ to IEQ and beginning to include decarbonizing buildings. Unfortunately, there are no standards yet in the North American context. If you're lucky enough to be from Japan or from California or from Germany, there are many standards for the products that that are used in our built environment, the things that we use to build, finish, and furnish our buildings. In Canada, we do not have that kind of regulation. There is one exception, and that is a formaldehyde regulation. Formaldehyde is a natural element. It is on the chemical chart. It's one of my favorite greenwashing words as well, is when people say it's natural. You know, asbestos is natural, formaldehyde is natural, lead is natural. So natural doesn't mean healthy always. But we used to put a lot of formaldehyde into things like paints, like wood composite products, because it's sticky. It's a really good form of adhering things. So it kept laminates of plywood glued together. So until very recently, until just 2021, added formaldehyde or really, really high formaldehyde wood products like flooring, laminate flooring or engineered flooring or plywoods or kitchen cabinets, etc., they were allowed to be very, very full of formaldehyde, which is carcinogenic, but that is now being regulated here in Canada. That's just one regulation that exists. And so, yes, asbestos cannot be used in certain things, lead cannot be used in certain things, but again, it's a reactive approach and not a proactive approach to healthier materials in general. Thankfully, the industry itself has understood that people are beginning to be more interested in what is in the materials that we use. So we used to just have one, as a specifier a long time ago, the only information that I would have about a product would be what was called the MSDS, the Material Safety Data Sheet. But on the MSDS, you're allowed to ignore proprietary ingredients, which generally are the soup of chemicals that you've used to make your product work better in some way, shape, or form. But you didn't have to declare them. You still don't have to declare them, but third-party certifiers have understood that there is an interest in healthy materials. So now you have things like Green Guard or SCS, Green Seal, etc. These are independent third-party certifiers that will say that a product is good enough to use. For instance, Green Guard Gold is certified to use in schools or healthcare environments. And the great thing is that they don't cost more. They used to, but they don't anymore. This is just for you, so you'll get that in your deck. So side by side, in Canada, unfortunately, you can have 2 tubes of the exact same building product, and I encourage you to go to your local Home Hardware and have a look, and you'll see with paints, with glues, adhesive sealants, whatever, you turn them around, some will have a skull and crossbones, and some will have that Green Guard Gold, and they will cost the same. And all you need to know is that you can specify, you can ensure, or you can set a standard for your build or your whatever it is you're doing to say we only will have the healthiest materials, or at least a certified materials. You want to be careful because there are some very healthy materials that aren't certified because it's expensive to certify. So there is a balance to be found there, but it doesn't cost more. You just, in our Canadian context, need to know what to ask for. And of course, we heard about the integrated design from Nicole yesterday. the earlier in the process you start to think about having healthy materials and healthy building ways of building, healthy comfort, well-being, then it really does not add to the cost at all. Okay, how many of you have heard of these third-party building rating systems? So just like you can rate products, you can also rate buildings. Third-party, in other words, independent building rating systems to let you know that a building is a better building. Oh, I love that you've heard of Living Building Challenge. Okay. Oh, we do have an R2000. I'm guessing that's Bryn. All right. Yeah, so most of you have heard of LEED and Passive House. More of you have heard about WELL and FitWell. Living Building Challenge, I like to call it the holy grail of sustainable buildings. I think in the whole world, there may be 5 buildings that are fully certified to this. If you don't know about it, it's a great, great read. So all of these are building rating systems that will tell us about some area of the building and certified by somebody else. So WELL and FitWell are 2 rating systems that came out both at the same time about 5 years ago, and they will rate a building on just the human aspect of it. And in fact, this enormous body of research that has come out saying all these interventions that we can do, they're beginning to filter even the difference between LEED 4 and LEED 5. There are more human elements, etc. So because not a lot of you knew about Fitwell, I'll maybe just compare the 2 of them. So WELL and FitWell, again, totally different companies. These are totally different rating systems, but they do have quite a lot in common. The major difference between WELL and FitWell is how they looked at the enormous body of evidence about interventions that we can do into the built environment. Like any of you as a student, you have a huge amount of data. You have to decide a focus. What is going to be your focus to look at this data? So WELL looked at the individual and said, what are the interventions that will benefit or at least not harm the human? Whereas FitWell looked more at CDC data, at public health data, and said, how do we make all of the people that are affected by this building have better outcomes? So very quickly, WELL recognize that our body is a bunch of systems, digestive, respiratory, circulatory, etc. They interact with one another, and then our body system interacts with what we know. The building is a system as well. So you can certify a building on these 10 categories: air, water, nourishment, light, movement, thermal comfort, sound, materials, mind, community. Extra points for innovation. If you've done a LEED project, you get points there. This was developed to marry very easily with LEED. Nothing about energy, embodied carbon, all the stuff we've heard about before. It's all about the humans. In order to get certified, you've got to do some minimum things, and then you can add up points and get extra things within each of those 10 categories. So if you're new to this, what I might recommend is all free online. You go to WELL and you look at what are the 4 things they say all buildings must have, so that you can get an idea, that what are the 3 things that they say about community that you must have. And that might help to give you some ideas about some certain things. And I'm curious if you maybe look to see about the standard that Durham has. What have they picked out as their important things? Maybe there's something there for you. So in the end, you pick and choose, you do the required things, you add some extra things, and you get points. And just like a LEED building, you add up your points and you get a certification, silver, gold, or platinum. It costs money. Just like a LEED AP, you need a WELL AP, and you have to get recertified every 3 years. WELL is being used mostly by big corporates, by your massive companies that have to show that they are being good to the people that are in their buildings, etc. And very high end. There's a condo in Florida somewhere that Deepak Chopra helped to certify with WELL, those sorts of things. It is filtering down. We're beginning to see it filtering down. It was more of a, let's call it a luxury, but it is beginning to filter down to other built forms. Then we have Fitwel. So these are the categories that they decided to go with. How does the building impact community health? Does it reduce morbidity and absenteeism? Does it provide social equality, increase physical activity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So again, nothing about energy, and you can see some similarities and some differences, mostly because of the way that they were focused, right? This is more community focused, WELL is more individual focused. It's really quite straightforward. There are no prerequisites for a Fitwel certification. They have a very easy to use dashboard, and you just upload things. Instead of silver, gold, or platinum, you get 1 star, 2 stars, or 3 stars. You need an ambassador, a Fitwel ambassador, but that ambassador can be somebody on the team, somebody who is at the City of Durham, or somebody who is a resident, or anybody can be a Fitwel ambassador. I'm a Fitwel ambassador. It costs about $300 US to become certified as a Fitwel ambassador, and it's easy, pretty easy. And they have the way they've divided it is you can certify the building or you can certify the operations. And this can be done on an ongoing basis. This is being adopted by tons of condos here in the Toronto market. If you've ever been to our Yorkdale Mall, it just recently certified as well as Fitwel. Okay, so here you have a chart of the differences. To me, it's much more about the similarities. What do they focus on? Good air, good water, good food, et cetera, et cetera. What can we learn from these certifications? I'm not encouraging or discouraging buildings from being certified, but what I'm saying is that there's so much information that you can get from both of these certification labels that it will help to educate you or a team about the sort of things that you can do. And whereas only a few years ago, in many of the workshops that I was working on, there were, people were like, oh yeah, I use low VOC paints. And that to me is like saying, I drive a car with 4 wheels. It's like the bare minimum. But we still have a lot of people in the built environment that are at the very, very bare minimum. So it takes a lot of work to convince people about the importance and about how to do it early and often. And I recommend that people have a health and well-being champion, right? Somebody who at the very beginning of the project says, what are the human goals we have for this building? And any intervention that we do as we go through the design stage, and certainly at the value engineering stage, if somebody says, oh, why are we using this material? It's very expensive. We can say, oh, that's a biophilic material, and it's really important for the comfort and well-being of the blah, 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 whatever it is. So, this is a job, it exists. There are people out there that are doing this kind of work. And if it interests you, this is something that is fun to do as well. So I hope you've come out of this understanding that well-being is not static. It's not guaranteed by a label, but it will get you somewhere. And that it is something that you want to continue. It has both design and operational implications. Okay, any questions? Oh, question in the chat. Okay, so you can certify the building to meet the requirements, which would be the design certification, or you can certify the operations. So Fitwel requires you to have like an IAQ policy, a cleaning policy, maintenance policy. And so the certification of the design says that you have those policies in place. The certification of the operations says that you are actually have proof that you have been using all of those policies to maintain the health and well-being of that building. We have an R2000 house. Yeah, and certification has its place in our industry. Certificate like LEED has really moved the needle when it came to energy. Builders would throw up their hands and we can't make a more efficient building. And then people did. And now some municipalities just, and some, projects are just, well, it has to be LEED-like now, they're even saying, because it's so ingrained and it's so known. So certifications have their place. They have to verify it they have to show the logs. There's a new version and I haven't looked, I don't want to misspeak, but I will find that for you, Sophia, and I'll let you know. Okay, the lower barrier to entry is Fitwel. A lot of people I know are getting the LEED green, for instance, you and everybody else. It's not a bad thing to have, and it's the only way to start to get to a LEED AP. But WELL, for instance, is a much more rigorous exam. It's a much more rigorous certification. Do you want to be the person who is filling out all the paperwork to certify a building to WELL, and to be the person choosing all of those materials and choosing all of those things? It's a kind of a job for somebody that likes to do really detailed work and making sure that all the boxes, all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted. So it is perfect. And you don't have to be the person in charge of all these materials and all these things, but you can still be the champion. So I know people that work for builders, and they're project managers, or they are carpenters, or they are whatever it is, but they just love this concept so much that they have become more and more aware and educated, and they are the champions within their company and have gotten a lot of traction. So it doesn't mean that you have to be, Fitwel certified or WELL certified. There's a whole industry in the residential industry or in the commercial industry. Like it depends as well where you want to be working, but especially in the residential industry, there's a lot of space for people to introduce these concepts. All right. So go ahead.
I just wanted to know that if you want to work in that direction for residential housing, what the direction should be? Like, I've done my lead AP, I've done my evidence-based designing, but currently I'm in a place I'm really confused. So if you have something to say on that.
So LEED is not necessarily for residential
Health and
unless you're
well-being.
talking about,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And LEED does talk about health and well-being, but less so than WELL. But if you're thinking about residential commercial or residential like low-rise housing or individual clients, because those are very different parts of the
Different parts,
market.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If I'm if I'm keeping apart my lead certification, because I've done it for commercial for that, but I want to go into health and well-being. I understand that I need to pursue my wells also. That would be better but no, not necessary. Then how should I go about it?
Yeah. What I always tell students is, don't worry too much about accumulating all these certifications and degrees and all these sorts of things. I know there's a comfort in that. We all have
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
oh, if I get certified. But the other thing is just go out there and get that job. And that job may not be the dream job, and that's okay. And then it will lead to your next job, and it will lead to you discovering sort of the areas that you are more or less interested in. I started out in finance. I had nothing to
Mm,
do with this industry, and you can still have things that you really enjoy and like, but you like just start working, just get out there and get a
yeah,
job, whatever
for
that first
sure.
thing is. Yeah,
Thank you.
of course. Okay, so we're right at break time. We have a fantastic panel coming up on accessibility. Our accessibility specialist, Jayde Malam, has put together a group. There's Jayde. Yay! And so I very much look forward to it. Take a break, go have a breather, and we'll see you at 10 o'clock. Okay, we are honored to have Jayde Malam from Beautifully Inclusive, an accessibility specialist who is a long-term collaborator of Sustainable Buildings Canada, and her panel joining us today. Take it away, Jayde.
Thanks, Bettina. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here today to chat about accessibility. I know Bettina just introduced me, but I always like to give a visual introduction. So my name is Jayde Malam. I'm a 49-year-old Caucasian woman with short brown hair, glasses, and today I'm wearing a very bright pink shirt. I am the founder of Beautifully Inclusive, an accessibility consulting firm grounded in one belief. Accessibility isn't just talk, it's action driven by passion. My work spans the full spectrum of built environment, offering tailored support from early consultations, funding strategies, certifications, all of these things that make accessibility real and meaningful across Canada. And in addition to my professional background and certifications, I come with a lens of lived experience as a multiply disabled, autistic, queer woman. I live with ADHD, autism, PTSD, Tourette syndrome, and various disabilities that affect my mobility, hearing, cognition, memory, and learning. This perspective fuels my advocacy and deepens my commitment to universal design and human rights, because accessibility is about creating spaces where everyone can thrive, not just survive. And I'm excited to be here with two fantastic people. So I'm going to give them a quick introduction before we jump in. First up, I will introduce Rosalie Best. She is a woman in her 30s with long wavy brown hair, and today she is wearing a white shirt, and she looks quite happy this morning. Rosalie is a power wheelchair user with a progressive disability called muscular dystrophy. She's also neurodivergent and deals with mental health disabilities. Rosalie has worked in the disability community for over 10 years, supporting people with diverse disabilities and intersecting identities. She's an accessibility specialist with experience consulting on the Accessible Canada Act, as well as an accessibility plans, and implementation strategies, workplace accessibility initiatives, and enhancing accessibility in museums and the film industry. In her free time, Rosalie also writes and spends time with her family and pets. Our other guest today is Carrie Anton. Carrie is a Caucasian woman in her 50+ years. She has short copper blonde hair, glasses, and today, where are you? Oh, I'm not seeing her. Oh, there she is. She is wearing maybe a rust color brown shirt. Yeah. Okay, so Carrie is a gold medal Paralympian in goalball, which blows my mind every day. She's also a leading advocate for accessibility and inclusion with extensive expertise in assistive technology and universal design. Legally blind since birth, she's devoted her entire career to dismantling barriers in education, work, and sport, including her roles as coordinator of accessibility services at Athabasca University and chair of the Accessibility Standards Canada Built Environment Technical Standards Committee. She's also an internationally published researcher and professional keynote speaker. She's known for sharing powerful insights on equity, accessibility, and the unexpected truths about the lived experiences of disability, which, yeah. So before we jump into the question and answer part, I just wanted to give some really quick information on accessibility. So Stats Canada did a survey that found 8 million Canadians had one or more disabilities. So that means about 1 in every 5 people lives with disability. In Ontario, that number's higher. It comes in at about 1 in 4. That's also pre-COVID, which has been termed a mass disabling event. And without counting the fact that we are in an aging population, the most recent update on these stats, everything is showing an increase of nearly 5 percentage points between 2017 and 2022. Doesn't seem like a lot, but that's a pretty big jump in people becoming disabled. Typically speaking, when people think about accessibility, they're really focused on those mobility disabilities. And of course, we definitely need to pay attention to those mobility disabilities and barriers. But we also need to confront the fact that building code ignores most disabilities. All of those beautiful, diverse disabilities don't exist in building code. Building code is almost entirely mobility centered. So they're thinking about things like wheelchairs, canes, walkers, crutches, etc. And of course, that makes sense. They also come with the most visible disabilities and barriers. Under a current building code, if a wheelchair can get into a space and rotate 360 degrees, that space is actually considered accessible. Disabled people can tell you that that level of accessibility, when built to code, still manages to underserve people with mobility disabilities somehow, while also, for the most part, ignoring those wide range of diverse disabilities. It's truly magnificent. Accessibility really is more than just ensuring there's enough room for a wheelchair, right? Or ramps for access. Our building code's definition of accessibility is based on an outdated way of thinking. Building code should always be considered the jumping off point when designing or renovating a space, never the end goal. And we know disability is really diverse. It can be long or short term, visible, non-apparent. It can include things like surgery, broken bones, illness, disability from birth, progressive conditions, even better and worse days, right? So there's a lot under that umbrella of disability. The most common disabilities are pain, flexibility, mobility, mental, dexterity, hearing, sight, and memory. So pain and flexibility, mobility, dexterity, those kind of all go hand in hand. They have similar obstacles and challenges, and this is where accessibility code lives. As I said, it's not good enough. Hearing and sight are overlooked in the design process. Carrie's going to talk a little bit about that today. We actually need to consider the experience of someone living with a vision or hearing disabilities to catch all of the elements that must be considered. I have hearing loss. I'm wearing glasses. Clearly, I have some, struggles in those departments as well. Hearing and sight are overlooked in the design process every day. We need to consider, again, that experience of somebody who's living with hearing loss. Mental, memory, learning, developmental categories are typically psychological and neurological related. PTSD, CPTSD, autism, ADHD, neurodivergence, mood disorders, depression, anxiety, cognitive function, neurological impairment, and brain injury, right? So there's a lot under that umbrella. And these are overlooked in the design process, in part because it can be difficult to understand the relationship between these disabilities and our built environment, right? How do we build for that? There are a lot of ways we can improve spaces in all of these categories. We just need to start doing them. And this is the perfect moment to introduce the idea of universal design, which considers all people, disabled and non-disabled people, shapes, sizes, ages, abilities. It benefits everyone. And it does this by providing meaningful access to all users throughout the entire site. So visitors, staff, students, service providers, it doesn't matter who it is. We want to ensure that everyone can do things independently, so without needing help. So there are 7 design principles that ensure no one is forgotten or disregarded when we're talking about universal design. Number 1 is equitable use. The design provides the same means of use for all or equivalent. Number 2 is flexibility in use. The design accommodates a wide range of preferences and abilities. So even if you're left-handed, they're thinking about that. Number 3, simple and intuitive use. The design is easy to understand and use, regardless of language skills, knowledge, or concentration levels. Number 4 is perceptible information. The design easily communicates necessary information for use. Number 5 is tolerance for error. The design minimizes hazards and consequences of misuse, and this includes both intentional and accidental. I definitely did the accidental coverage because I'm very accident prone. And number 6 is low physical effort. The design needs to be usable efficiently, comfortably, minimum fatigue to the user. And number 7 is size and space for approach and use. And this includes reach and manipulation, regardless of body size, posture, or mobility, right? I'm in a bigger body. I deal with struggles all the time in our built environment because people don't think about that. There are also a lot of common misconceptions that go around with building for accessibility, right? And experts have all debunked these, such as the belief it's too expensive to construct accessible spaces. They're ugly. They won't work for, big air quotes here, normal people. The disabled people don't come here, won't use my business. And of course, building to code will create accessible spaces. Those of us working and living in accessibility, we hear these misconceptions daily. We try to educate people. The road to accessibility, equality, equity, inclusion, et cetera, and so forth can sometimes feel really long, but change happens daily. And every person that's on this call today, hopefully, can help bring the message forward. So in keeping with this week's focus, we'll be discussing accessible housing. I'm going to leap in with some questions now. So Carrie, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first. What does accessibility mean to you in the context of housing?
Thank you. Accessibility for me in housing means that people with disabilities are safe, comfortable, and functional within housing, and especially their own homes.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Like those basics should just always be covered. I agree. It's super hard to believe we even need to say that in 2025. Rosalie, I will throw the same question at you. What does accessibility mean to you in the context of housing?
Yeah, so I went real personal with this one. Accessibility means that I can easily come and go from housing. Once I'm inside, I have enough space to get around and access every room ideally, but if there's a deck or a balcony, I should be able to get in and out without having to bring my own threshold ramp. It also means I can get into the washroom, use the toilet and the sink with little to no difficulty. Since I have very little use of my arms, for me, an accessible kitchen isn't necessary, but I know it is for many. as I generally direct people to help me cook. But it would be nice if the stove were accessible, so lower for me, so that I could have a more active role when directing people who are helping me.
Yeah, excellent points again, right? Navigating and using a space in the same way as someone without the disability really brings in that equity piece that we so often miss, the kind that makes life better, right? So kitchens and bathrooms are the two spaces. We know that they have a massive impact on someone's life because they're where we meet most of our basic human needs, right? We have the roof, okay, good, we're start. But the bathroom and the kitchen are really, these are the things we need every day to survive. And so, yeah, super good points. So Carrie, back to you. Thinking of every apartment, townhouse, etc., right, that you've ever lived in or visited, were there any features in particular in the building's entrance that made you feel unsafe or excluded?
Definitely. Entrances to new places where I haven't been before provide me a little bit of dread each time I pull up. In addition to unmarked steps, um, it's the directory, the signage, the buzzer systems, which are either keypads, touch screens. They present a huge barrier for me. In fact, inaccessibility to the point where I'm not able to use them. So I need to prepare ahead of time by knowing the buzzer number or calling the person to say, please come down and get me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that makes a lot of sense, right? Like for those of us with disabilities, we do tend to learn to pre-scope and plan ahead, little reconnaissance missions, gathering as much information as possible before we even set foot in place, just, to try and eliminate those barriers, right? To phone and ask about the seating, to phone and ask about the entrance, to phone, ahead of time. And the answers we know that we can't actually trust, right? You phone a place to ask, is it wheelchair accessible? Oh, yeah, it's good. We have a ramp. And then you pull up and they bring out a sheet of plywood and lay it across the stairs and expect you to roll up this plywood ramp that they're holding. What? Like that is a real life story that happened to me. So yeah, it's brutal. Okay. So going back to Rosalie, same idea here. So thinking of every apartment, every townhouse, etc., that you've ever lived in, were there features in the building's entrance that made you feel excluded or unsafe?
For sure. In my first apartment was lucky to live in a building that was specifically designed for people with disabilities. So it had a front entrance that was easy to enter and exit with the push of a button on a remote that I carried with me. Super important for me as I have very limited arm mobility. However, much like Carrie, I've visited people who live in apartments. Having to use the intercom is often impossible because it's just so high up on the wall. And that's if I can even get into the lobby. If there's no automatic door, or if there are steps at the entrance, I can't access the door. So I usually have people meet me at the entrance.
Yeah, so that seems like a common theme, right? We've all three noted now there are a lot of struggles with entrances, be it stairs, doors, intercoms, lighting, security. There seems to always be something. So the big point to take away from this one is that we really need to change how we're creating our entrances to buildings. Otherwise, 20% of people are automatically excluded, right? It's not just about having it flat. Yes, of course, that should be number one. We want to make sure it's flat, but thinking about where we're installing automatic door openers, where we're thinking about and what type of systems we're installing for security, right? That somebody can be let in. All very good points, and lots of them that are missed on the daily. Okay, so Carrie, let's bump back to you now. So can you share any additional challenges you faced related to accessible housing in particular?
Definitely, there's a lot. As you mentioned, there's so many gaps, but I really like gardens and patios and such, and so having that beautiful space is really important. But it does cause a lot of anxiety for me because I don't feel comfortable in it if stairs aren't marked with high contrast strips or tactile indicators. Right, being legally blind, I'm really about high contrast and the shape of things, and so curved steps. I've sprained an ankle many a time or fallen off a curb. Right. Um, what I really think is also elevators. They don't announce the floor that I'm on. Newer elevators have touch screens, so I'm not able to actually use that because the tablet or whatever they're using doesn't talk. I could go on and on. Um, I'm not a Braille reader, so I need raised letters instead of Braille is good, but also high contrast buttons in elevators. And the stairs inside, especially the stairs inside, especially when there's an emergency. If that's where I'm expected to exit, like they need to again be very indicated so that it's easy to find in a low light situation. Myself in my own house, I've installed carpet on stairs so that it's less slippery, and tactile indicators on outside stairs. I also have dimmable lighting throughout my house, especially with workspaces like kitchens and vanities and such. And I try to have a security system or safety systems in place that are accessible from an information communication technology standpoint. So there's tons of things to do and be done, but trust me, I always know where the nearest exit is. That's for strategy. I'm always going to come back to accessibility. There's all these functional things and things that we can physically do in an environment, and also give you a little bit of tips on the workaround that we have to create because things are not accessible, or what is my go-to place as a blind person. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of an additional question as you're talking about all the changes we have to make. Just could you ballpark out of pocket how much money you've spent in somebody else's? So let's say it's a rental unit, right? You're renting this unit, you're paying, let's be honest, a couple $1,000 because it is, 2025. And, we know that we constantly as disabled people have to adapt units we're in, but we're not allowed to make permanent changes. So we are essentially, using the duct tape solutions. How much money do you think you've probably spent out of pocket on random solutions?
2,000 to 5,000 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thinking like electrician, having hearing or having sight loss, I also am very sensitive to noise, and so I needed to put quieter fans in the bathrooms. So yeah, that alone, dimmer switches and the quieter fans, $2,000 easy. Yeah.
Yeah. Same for me, somewhere I would say between 5 and 8 grand so far, just kind of renovating places that I'm renting. It's an interesting thought. So we know that there are like all of these examples of how universal design creates those spaces that are inclusive, right? A lot of these details don't cost much to implement from the start. They could easily be done by the builders, but they require that shift, not just in how we think about accessibility, but also when we start thinking about accessibility, right? Earlier in the solution, bake it in. We hear this phrase, right? Bake it in from the start. Rosalie, same question for you. Could you ballpark how much money you've spent out of pocket just trying to make accessible spaces where you're renting?
Well, okay, I'll say luckily for me, the one place I rented was specifically made for people with disabilities. So I didn't actually have to spend any money. It was beautifully accessible. But I've not rented since because I know that I wouldn't be able to find anything that I'd actually like. The changes would be too big. And it's not even just about money. I don't think the building owners would let me make the changes I would need to make.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. I'm currently renting. We sold our house. We're looking to buy another one. So I'm currently stuck in a rental that is the most inaccessible home I've ever lived in. I have in this home alone spent in 2 years, I'm going to say about 2 grand. And there are things that I have made technically they're permanent. I'm doing the make the change, ask for forgiveness method. But we're doing them well. We're paying professionals to do things, and that will forever benefit whoever lives here next, right? But I also know that they could start a lawsuit against me and chase me to remove all of these accessibility features to return the home to its original state. So this is an awareness also that we have to have when people with disabilities are forced into adapting their own rental space and then forced to pay to remove said adaptation, right? It's brutal. Okay, so going back to Carrie now. So how important, we know how important wayfinding assistance is, but we really kind of just need to say it out loud. How important is wayfinding assistance in housing for you? Can you talk about the lack of wayfinding that you experience and like some of the impact it's had?
Definitely. So I can think of many examples, but one I'll give you is it was in an apartment, a condo, and it had an atrium with a waterfall and all this, and it was just brick on the flooring. And so I never went really near the trees or near the waterfall because I didn't want to sprain my ankle or sort of fall in by accident, or like there was just no indicator of where those drop-off points were. So where they water the trees or where the waterfall actually pond was. Um, s- and I sort of stayed on the path, which is my wayfinding path of benches, right? So going bench to elevator, right? Is like a ping pong, like a what do you call it? Pinball machine kind of. I didn't really take advantage of that. So that was huge for me. That I didn't have that same experience. And the noise as well was like I didn't find where I was supposed to find because of noise. The other thing is signage. I really rely on, signage. I want to go to a potluck or to the the community board meeting or whatever it might be. Signage is really challenging in a lot of places. Sometimes it's just a sticker that's on the door. Very, very rarely is it tactile or high contrast. Silver on gray seems to be very popular in a lot of apartment places. So, so that too is really difficult. So sometimes if my neighbors would laugh because we'd go to so and so's place. I've only been there like never or once before in years, and I knock on their door and they're like, "No, Carrie, 2 doors down." Like they already know why I'm at their door. So I've had made a lot of great friends that way, but also, a little bit embarrassing and tiring, really. So good
That's fair.
signage. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair. I think, we sort of all have to have good senses of humor, right? We can laugh it off, but it does take a toll, right? I was going to crack a joke about what you didn't want to go swimming in the pond or, right? But the reality is it does take a toll. I'm neurodivergent, and having to play the lucky door game would actually make me less willing to go out in public. So thank you for sharing that one. I think that it's really important. The idea of knocking on a stranger's door is so overwhelming to me. Like it automatically, like I felt my body tensing as you were talking about that experience, and you've been able to roll with it, but a lot of people wouldn't be able to, right? So good signage, essential. 70% contrast, tactile information that stands out. We see a lot of them engraved as well, or we're seeing terrible signage that's meant to be cutesy, or right, like where you go into a restaurant and the bathroom signage, like who hasn't experienced the signage where you're like, what does that mean? Where am I supposed to pee? Right? Like it's a very simplistic thing, but signage really does make that difference. So mount them on the wall beside the door as well, within reach on the latch side, so somebody isn't getting whacked by a door while they're touching the sign to read it. And Carrie made a great point about the tactile, right? That yes, we have Braille, but that's not the only thing. A lot of people with vision disabilities don't read Braille, and there's grade 1 Braille, there's grade 2 Braille, right? So we really want to make sure to have that tactile information as well. Okay, so Rosalie, same question here. Different question, sorry. What are your additional challenges with accessibility in housing?
So the biggest challenge that I've faced when it comes to accessible housing is finding accessible housing. Like, where is it? It doesn't exist. When my husband and I wanted to move in together, we had to skip the apartment to go straight to buying a house because of what I mentioned earlier. Finding an accessible apartment is next to impossible, and trying to make it accessible wouldn't work for us. So yeah, we just knew we wouldn't be able to find anything accessible that would meet my needs, especially with a power chair. It takes more room, it's harder to get around. We would have liked to have lived in an apartment first, honestly, to save a bit of more money and take time to find that perfect house. And, because we not only have to save for the mortgage, but for the inevitable renos that we have to do, which any house I'm going to move into, the bathroom is inevitably going to need to be made larger. Bathrooms are so tiny. I don't understand it. Why? We need bigger bathrooms.
Yeah, that one is a daily fight, right? In this industry, the pushback we hear is, well, we don't want to lose space in the overall building. Well, people need places to live. We're in a housing crisis. Come on, right? So fantastic point. We are facing that painful shortage of accessibility in housing. We're only starting to require that new builds include 15 to 20% accessible units, right? And barrier-free common areas. So we're super behind in where we need to be, especially in an aging population. I'm sure Bettina has talked about aging population at some point during this, right? As we age, many of us acquire disabilities. Those disabilities are often more advanced or severe as we age. And a lot of builders are still viewing accessibility requirements as unreasonable, unfair, a burden that they shouldn't have to comply with. The mindset can feel really harsh when all you're asking for is a safe, usable home where you can meet your everyday needs, right? So it's a big one. So Rosalie, I'm going to ask you another question here. So to continue that line of thought, have you ever felt forced to choose between living somewhere that meets your accessibility needs and somewhere affordable or closer to your community?
Yeah, for sure. So again, my husband and I had to find a wheelchair accessible house. There are not many on the market because of how few there are. We had to pick whatever house was available and make sure that we could outbid other buyers if necessary. So just for our current house, I'm sure we paid way more than we needed to, but it was perfect. It's one level, so close to the ground. Would have required a lot, didn't require a lot of renos, so we had to just go for it. So the fact that we had to go straight to a house again instead of an apartment was more expensive for us. And all the renos again, yeah, we're definitely not rolling in money.
Yeah, for sure. I can relate to it. You know, when I first became physically disabled in terms of mobility disabilities, I was actually living on the 3rd floor of a walk-up building. There was zero accessibility. I had been in that unit for like years, and suddenly I couldn't cook, I couldn't shower, I couldn't move throughout my own home. The spaces were too small. I had to rely on other people for everything. And when I looked for accessible housing, the wait list was 10 years. 10 years. I ended up calling my MLA because I have a bit of a big mouth. I was a little bit angry, and thankfully they were able to help me. They found a place for me after about 3 years. So the 10-year wait list, when the environment is the barrier, not the disability, is really heartbreaking. And it doesn't have to be this way, right? A universally designed kitchen would have worked for both disabled and non-disabled people. Instead, we continue building these outdated codes and calling it accessible, right? So we deserve better than bare minimum. We deserve houses we can actually live in. And again, right now I'm in a rental because I can't find an accessible house that is less than $1 million. Come on, folks. I don't have $1 million in my pocket. Okay, Carrie.
Frustrating.
Okay.
Frustrating. Okay.
Right? Find the breathe, find the zen.
Mhm.
Okay. So Carrie, can you talk about the impact of inaccessible housing in your life?
Yeah, I have a high standard of accessibility for my homes. I too have tried to own homes as much as I can so I can have the things that I want. So as previously mentioned, carpet on stairs, that non-slip stairs. Even on my deck, I have like a double wide step to go down to my patio because I don't want the chance of slipping and wiping out if I miss a step, right? I also think for me, and the impact of level changes on the same floor just blows my mind. So like a step down into the living room or a step up into the dining room. Yeah, I've rented some places like that and just stressful to live there. And I already mentioned the good lighting is necessary because being partially sighted, I like to use the sight that I have. So I want to crank it up when I do and crank it down when I don't need it to be so bright. And the other part that is important for someone like myself with sight loss is storage, good organization systems and easily functioning organization systems so that I'm not having to be on a ladder and then reaching for something I might be, 6 inches away from, but I didn't know because I don't have depth perception. So just safety, going back to those really high level things I mentioned at the beginning, safety, comfort, and function. So, yeah.
Yeah, those small details again, right? A big kitchen issue for me is actually work surfaces. My height changes depending whether I'm using my wheelchair, my walker, a cane, sitting, or standing, right? So I'm anywhere between like 4'6" and 6 feet tall. My wife
Right.
is 5'3". So if we don't have multi-height surfaces in the kitchen, there's no way we can both use the same space comfortably, right? Like it doesn't matter what positioning I'm in, the counters in this house literally break my brain, because there is no way I'm either stooping and hurting my back or my neck, inflaming my already struggling disability, or I'm in a seated position and like I can't really reach things, and my wife being 5'3", she's like, oh, these counters are almost perfect for me. And then she changes how she's standing. For example, she tore her Achilles tendon and all of a sudden she wasn't standing the same way. And she was like, oh, these counters actually really suck. So, we built to this standard that was based on a male's body. It doesn't really hold true. And how can one height of something work for every single person on the planet? Why are we building this way? So basically right now in this rental, it's a struggle. So a few simple design changes really could have made this home incredible rather than a daily struggle and loss of independence, right? Simple things, multiple counter heights. I'll just throw it out there. Try that. So Rosalie, you talked a little bit about inaccessible housing, and now you're in this place that you were able to make happen for yourself, which I bow before you because wow. Can you talk about the impact of inaccessible housing on your life? Like, where has it really impacted you?
Yeah, I think that where it's impacted me most is being able to visit my friends. Honestly, my friends and family with much ease, or even to be able to visit them at all. So I'm pretty much confined to my house essentially, or I do have a few friends, so I can go to their places, but it's frustrating when I just want to get out and like get a break from my husband or something. I sometimes feel really stuck, so I mean, we have all been there. But I will say, like, I do feel lucky that I've mostly lived in accessible housing, and therefore like I haven't had to deal with a lot of the stuff that many people deal with. I will say my front door could use an automatic opener, and so when I'm at home I can't get in or out myself, which is a bit of a fire hazard. Really only now just thought of that. And I know some people who've been stuck in their buildings, or because the elevator was down for literal months, like, which is wild to me, and they're just stuck in their apartment, which takes a huge toll on your mental health. Or like you said, they need a mobility device, so they're up in a walk up, so they can't use that devices they want, right? So I just feel I am privileged that my husband and I were able to afford this. But yeah, I'm aware that it can be really, really hard on your mental health.
Yeah. So first I'm going to say, well, make sure your husband doesn't see a copy of this. No. So it's always a brutal situation, right? Like, again, as I noted earlier, I was living on that third floor walk up. I couldn't use my apartment, couldn't get out of the building, completely dependent on others. So all super good points. My mental health did take a serious hit. I stayed in that situation for nearly 3 years because there were no accessible units available. So what's worse is that we're continuing to design these inaccessible spaces. We justify the choice by citing budgets, financial constraints. The reality is many of these buildings are being constructed to maximize profit, not equity. Builders are subsidizing their own lifestyles while creating environments that are actively excluding people. It's not just a matter of resources, it's a matter of priorities. And I'm going to scream this from the top of every building anytime I can get a platform, because the amount of builders that have come in front of me and cried big crocodile tears that they didn't, there was not enough profit. They couldn't possibly, give that extra 2 feet in a bathroom for a person with disabilities. And I actually had somebody tell me that they found it unfair that they even had to build accessible units because all of the people who weren't disabled were losing out because they couldn't make as many units. And I sat in the call, I am autistic and I have Tourette's syndrome, and my face control in that call, I deserve an award. I'm just going to put that out there, because I didn't even blink. I was just like, okay, I hear your concern. And so it's something to be aware of moving forward. If you're in the industry, we need the voices of people who aren't, I'm going to say yet disabled, because it's coming for you probably. We need to make sure that our allies are also speaking up on our behalf. The more voices we have backing us, the more likely these changes will come into effect. So when a builder says, Accessibility is so difficult. Please challenge them. Is it really? Is it really hard to put multi-height counters in a kitchen? Is it really hard to have oven controls at the front of the stove or at the side? Oh, well, but what about kids touching them? Take the controls off. They pull off, take the knobs off. Or choose a stove that has a locking knob, right? These are all functions and features that exist that we're choosing not to do. So yeah, super frustrated. I could rant all day on that. Carrie, have you ever struggled with parking drop-off zones or getting from your car or transit into your building, other than, of course, the entrance that we talked about? So more about the parking.
Yeah, luckily for all of you, I don't drive, so finding parking isn't an issue. But I do have lots of ride drop-off things where the driver will drop me wherever they can find a parking spot, which could be away from the door, like a whole building, or in the middle of the road, right? So those are huge things. And so on top of me having to see with my ears, I also have to rely on this driver who's just dropped me somewhere that's not marked as a real zone to let people off, and then people don't observe the law either, what you're supposed to do with those zones. So usually I ask, again, my strategy, I ask the driver, where's the door? And it was funny, I was on a podcast a couple weeks ago, and other folks were saying, don't hold the door open for me, it's disrespectful. I'm like, oh yeah, hold the door, because that's probably the only way I'll find it, is if you're there holding it for me, saying, can I hold the door for you? I don't mind. Again, you got to have a sense of humor, but definitely you can see the safety issues that come into play when you're just dropped in the middle of the street. So that's definitely for me. Friends and family
Yeah.
still make jokes about it. Like, as soon as I get out of an underground parkade or above ground parkade, I get out of the car and I just take off. And they're like, Carrie, this way. Like, I can almost predict it every time I get out of a parked vehicle with friends and family. Like, I don't have the need to have it, and I would never use a accessible stall because I don't require it that way. Because I still wouldn't be able to find the door per se, right? There has to be like a ticking noise or some audible signal to let us know if someone was sight lost, where can the pedestrian go? Yeah.
Right. I love the way you explain that, first of all. I can
Mhm.
imagine it pretty well, actually. So, yeah, not only better signage for wayfinding, right? And all of that contrast lighting, but there's also some really cool technology right now that really helps guide users to things like entrances and bathrooms, right? Where it's super helpful in all sorts of struggles, not just visual. Like for somebody, like for example, with me, I have cognitive and wayfinding challenges. Having this technology, it basically is like beacon technology. It will, beep you to your entrance or wherever you're asking it to take you. I would love to see more of that for that reason, right? I get lost all the time. It's brutal.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Like simple changes. Okay, so Rosalie, same question for you. Have you ever struggled with parking, drop-off zones, getting from the car, transit into the building, etc.?
Yes, well, there's never enough accessible parking and never enough big enough stalls for a side opening ramp. So we're always coming out to find someone parked right next to us. And yeah, that's annoying. But I also struggle with the drop-off zone in front of my house, which is unfortunately right by a fire hydrant. So we have to be real quick about it. But we don't have a driveway. My garage isn't big enough for me to get like out of my van and into the house. So I get out of my vehicle in front of my house, which is on the opposite side where people are technically allowed to stop or park. And people are constantly honking at us, even though the ramp is out. And also relax, like you can wait a minute. And getting impatient with us when I'm trying to unload because we're in the traffic lane. It's just like super frustrating and really stressful because I don't want to be getting yelled at, but also I don't want to yell at anyone. But I will if I have to.
Yeah. Ugh, it sounds tough. I would not handle that kind of stress well. Like even somebody tailgating me because they didn't leave the house 3 minutes earlier than they should have. Like I start to like, yeah. Okay. So not only that, but of course it sounds genuinely dangerous, right? Similar to Carrie, like why do we have people with disabilities randomly in the roadway? Whether it's somebody speeding, not paying attention, road rage, on top of that, you still have to navigate your way to the house through the traffic, weather, road conditions. I can only imagine how brutal that would be in the winter. we know that we often see people with disabilities choosing not to leave their home at all because of poorly designed parking or drop-off zones, especially in the winter in Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, right? Where you have those really brutal 6 feet of snow. You know, you've got those, they pile it up, the rows of snow that you can't even see around. They don't, anyway. So we see that people aren't leaving their house, right? So it doesn't just limit access, though. It can create isolation. It has huge impacts on mental health and overall well-being, the same way not being able to leave your suite does, right? If you can't get in and out of your building, you can't go visit your friends, your family, go to work, right? A lot of people with disabilities would love to work, but they have all of these opportunities removed from them by the built environment, not to mention, of course, you know, just unfortunately, people have all sorts of, you know, beliefs around hiring people with disabilities. And, you know, that's a conversation for another day, but these barriers don't need to be there. So Carrie, jumping back to you, are there any innovative technologies or designs that have improved accessibility for you in spaces like this, intercom, security system, fire alarm, anything? Or do you have things that have been really problematic and just haven't worked at all?
Well, I think I've alluded to a few of those things around, you know, on-call elevators where it's a tablet or, and it's not accessible, that the features can't be turned on. Same thing with security systems. So it's ensuring that the apps that we're using for our smart homes are accessible and they're compliant and they're tested by users with disabilities and this assistive technology, whether it's voiceover, et cetera. Um, Something as simple as just controlling your thermostat. For me, it's a daily struggle, and I use the app and I use the thermostat, but still, I still have to figure out the zone and make sure that the app is reading it properly and going on and off. Some of the other things that I think are really important for wayfinding is the beacon technology. It can help people find what we call points of interest, and Jayde talked about it a bit earlier, but there are probably half a dozen really good wayfinding systems to help get people from point to point to point in their area and around their homes. Very important. And then also they're now there's one called pedesting, and it actually is dynamic, and so it's telling you when the sidewalk is closed, when construction is there. So we need to just look into that. And probably the last thing I think from an advancement is acoustic and sound barriers. So they could be a block in the ceiling or carpet in certain areas or some pillars in homes, because that breaks the noise of an area so that it's not just a big open space, and sound echoes in open spaces, but we need to create some sound barriers there. I've got a perfect example of a place in my home where stairs go up and stairs go down, and then right where those they meet on the main level, that's the open kitchen. And so when my friends who are blind come, it's like the Twilight Zone. They just don't, you could see everybody pauses because they're like, the sound just changed from a hallway, and there's space on this side and there's space on that side. And I know there's stairs around here somewhere. And so low-tech solution, we put a carpet runner so that people will have an 8-foot trail to follow on the hardwood, because it is something I cannot change. That's a serious functional piece, but I don't want anyone to fall down the stairs. So just thinking about how we're using space and sound, and with some of the dampening technologies that are out there, very simple.
Yeah, really smart. You know, those open floor plans are another huge challenge. You know, with hearing loss, PTSD, autism, all of those layouts don't only make me anxious, but they completely overload my senses. Completely. The visual noise, echoes, smells from the kitchen, everything is super overwhelming. And I actually find myself shutting down in my own home. That kind of layout would be really tough to live with. I'd likely end up isolating myself, going up to the bedroom just to find like a sense of calm, because the rest of the space would simply be too much to process, right? So yeah, really good points. Rosalie, same question. Any innovative technologies or designs that have improved or, again, made worse your experiences?
Yeah, well, for sure, like smart speakers in our home. My husband is actually blind. And so we can both use the smart speaker to adjust the thermostat, because thermostats nowadays, for some reason, are all touch screen, which is the bane of most blind people's existence. But also someone with mobility issues also can be very difficult to use a touch screen. So our smart bulbs, smart thermostat, all that make it so when I'm alone or you know, if my husband's alone, we can do that independently. I can turn on lights, unlock, and lock my doors. We recently switched to locks, smart locks with buttons, which makes it a lot easier for my husband to actually let himself in the house. I don't know why touch screens need to like relax a little bit. Yeah, I'd eventually like to install, like I said, an automatic door opener so I can get out of my house independently. I have a friend who has one and makes it so easy. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, all fantastic solutions, right? I'll keep my fingers crossed that you eventually get that sooner rather than later, automatic door opener. You know, our house, it's a good point with the keypad. The house we're renting, it's the one thing they got right. They do have a keypad entry with physical buttons, and there is little tactile information on each button. So we love that. One of the things, of course, to remember or to think about, excuse me, for those is if somebody has difficulties with memory or cognitive, then they have to try and remember a code. So if you're installing that kind of system, make sure it also has a key backup. So users can choose the key or the code. Makes it easy, and make sure that they can change the code, right? If I had to remember somebody else's code, not only would I feel unsafe, who's going to enter my house whenever, but also I then have to try and remember somebody else's code instead of something that's relevant to me and that my brain would work with, right? So yeah, just something to keep in mind. We also do have a lot of, I'm not going to say their names because, you know, they'll perk up and interrupt me, but we have a lot of those things around the house as well for lighting, temperature, all of those kind of things. A little bit less in the rental, but we did have it in our own home and hopefully we will in our new home. And a lot of them I can control with my cell phone. I have an AC upstairs, little portable AC unit that I can turn off and on and control, you know, from here. So it's fantastic. I don't have to try and climb a flight of stairs. We have a massive flight of stairs I try to deal with once a day at most. Right now, I'm actually sleeping on the couch. So I'm not doing the stairs at all, and I haven't for about a month and a half. So just keeping that in mind. So Carrie, how would you handle emergency evacuations in a building like this, right? What accessibility features would you really rely on?
Run, get out. So what I typically do is I go for the known exit because that's my number one strategy. Where's the nearest exit? And then I follow people because the biggest thing for me to follow is people. Now, if they're not followable, then I take the lead. And this is where physical and built environment accessibility is so key. That's the marked stairs, ticking or noise, where's the door, right? And making sure that I can get out if I do not have to be dependent on other people by following them. Because oftentimes I've been in apartments that have had fire drills and people are too slow for my liking in an emergency situation. So, and then of course, like I said, having the accessible exits so that I know where the exit is. Usually if I'm on a floor, like a hotel, for example, or an apartment, where is the stairs, right? I'm always looking for the stairs, which again, depends on signage. And then maybe I'm not able to get out. And so I need to know where that muster point or that safe place is. So both, right? And you really, let's be honest, when you walk into a private dwelling or even a shared dwelling, like there's no one gives you a map or directions. Okay, in case of emergency. So that's why I appreciate when you're on an airplane, they do that. And I think we should probably do that when people come to our places of business and our homes sometimes. Give a little
Yeah.
safety briefing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Mhm.
good idea, honestly. Like, why don't we do that, right? So, yeah, it's interesting. A couple of other things I would add to that too is making sure that we have power fail safes on our automatic doors. You know, we often don't do those, you know, small things that make sure that door can still open. And I've actually heard the reverse. We make sure the door can't open so that, you know, bad people can't get into the apartment if the power goes out. And I'm like, I see a flaw. That's a big one. We also should, of course, provide tenants with copies of the emergency evacuation plan and when they sign or renew their lease, when it's updated, etc. It's a super easy thing to do. Laminate it. That thing will last longer, but it gives the information that we always need in an emergency, right? When we're in an emergency, we go into fight or flight. Our brains are not there. Like even remembering 911 can be a problem. So like having all that information is really important. And the other thing I'll note too is providing stair climbing evacuation chairs. So people with disabilities or somebody who maybe got injured in the fire, et cetera, and so forth, aren't left sitting in a burning building waiting for emergency services to arrive. These chairs are affordable. Most of them come in at about $3,000. They're super easy to have on site. They're easy to use. Like a child could put a grown man and take him down the stairs in one of these. As long as he can get the person onto that seat, he could take that, the child could take that man down the stairs. Like that is how easy they are to use. Why are we not having them? Top floor and every second or third floor on the way down, boom, right? We also want to make sure they're not shoved in a storage closet or locked up with a key and chain. Velcro attachment, hang it on the wall in the stairwell, attach instructions for use, Velcro for all of this, and you will save lives, literally. So there are a lot of ways we can improve safety for people who depend on the help of strangers when something's happening in our environment. So we want to do our best to make sure people can get out independently and not have Carrie try and mow them down. Rosalie, how about you? How do you deal with emergencies and evac situations?
I try to find those little emergency evacuation maps and kind of look where the muster points are. Some buildings are better than others for those. But usually I'm usually with someone. I don't have enough mobility to go many places independently. So I'll be with someone and they would generally stay with me. I would hope. So if a fire were to break out, so I wouldn't blame them if they left. But if a fire were to break out in that's the dark disability humor. If a fire were to break out in my house though, and if I were home alone, again, I'd be stuck in my house because I can't open the door independently, which is kind of scary. But yeah, visiting people in apartments can be kind of stressful because I just wonder where I would go in case of an emergency. And I don't think that many of the people I visit would know, honestly, what the muster point is, or where a person with this, like a wheelchair user would go.
Right, the things that you learn when you become disabled that, you know, a lot of people just don't have in their everyday conscience, right? Yeah, and I'm really glad you have somebody that you think would stay with you, because we all know it is one of the biggest fears of people with disabilities, being stuck in a burning building. So I did have one other question here, but I am seeing that we have about 5 minutes left. So if we can condense it a bit. Rosalie, in your opinion, what are the critical elements of a disability-friendly housing? Like knowing everything you know, what are the top features?
So barrier-free entrance, so no steps, thresholds that are as flat as possible, spaces that are open again enough for a power wheelchair, and also a bariatric power wheelchair to get through places, right? Not just the little 25 inches.
Bigger bodies.
Yeah, they exist, believe it or not. Lever style door handles, which was mentioned in the chat, light switches that are reachable for wheelchair users and little people, some outlets that are higher so people who can't bend down can use them. Smart thermostats, huge for me. Kitchens with lower counters, stovetops, and sinks. Bigger bathrooms. And then lower windows. Actually, it's a little thing, but so that we can look out of them. It's nice to look out my window. I like to do it.
Indeed, these are all essential elements of universal design, right? So you've heard me talk about multi-height counters. Transfer space beside the toilet gets missed all the time. Somebody will send me their plans for their accessible unit, and they haven't included transfer space beside the toilet. I'm like, so anyway. Carrie, same question for you. What are those critical missing elements?
Well, just quickly, the avoid level changes on the same level, slip resistant stairing, dimmable lighting, adjustable and flexible storage and counter spaces, keypad entry that's accessible, as Rosalind mentioned, like not this touchpad business, accessible apps if you have to go with smart apps and devices. And acoustics, I think, is something that's really new. So acoustic suppressing technology in homes can also be beautiful.
Right. Yeah.
And then the adjustable blinds for windows too, like to let light in or out.
Yeah, that's a good mention, right? I think wall-mounted reachable controls, right? Side opening ovens, pull-out shelf underneath, game changer. I use that all the time when it's available to me. The other thing Rosalie mentioned was bringing those outlets and switches, you know, up to a reachable height, and also bring them forward off the back wall. A lot of people can't reach. Rosalie, can you reach things on that back wall?
No, I cannot.
Perfect. So, just kind of thinking about that kind of stuff. Carrie already mentioned task lighting. And my plea here, my final plea on this one, please stop with over the range microwaves. They're out of reach for many. They create massive burn hazards. It's really easy to spill a hot bowl of soup on yourself, your child, your pet when reaching above your shoulder height to bring something out of a microwave. What were we thinking? Please stop that. The other thing is, I always get asked, are they accessible if you install them under the countertop height? No. They're typically too low then. So if somebody is not in a seated position and needs to bend, they're again, similarly to bending into an oven, unable to reach and bring out the hot thing. So on the countertop with space to bring out your items is the best. So this is, I think, hopefully a perfect way to end the session. We are basically out of time here. I wanted to say this was a fantastic session as always. I know that the three of us could talk about accessibility all day long and then some. Without even coming up for air. It is truly one of those topics that doesn't get enough airtime, right? And that we have so many things that we can teach if only people are listening. There is a coffee chat here in a minute. I'll plan to stick around in case there are any questions. Rosalie and Carrie, you're welcome to stay as well if you have time. Of course, there's no pressure. And I wanted to really thank both of you for chatting with me today. I know that there's so much to learn, not only for everybody here to learn, but from each other, right? That we're always bringing up these, Carrie seems to always know the newest technology. I don't know, it's a thing. And, just bringing the different aspects, right? Like thinking about what it's like. And with Rosalie having, your husband who's blind and then, you being a wheelchair user, that you have those extra situations going on, right? So there's always things that we can learn from each other. I will also say thank you to Sustainable Buildings of Canada for giving us the space to share some of our combined knowledge through lived experience and accessibility training to make our world more inclusive. To the students attending today, hopefully you can take pieces of the accessibility that we've talked about today, apply them to projects in your future, be a voice for us, be our ally. We need every voice out there to help support us to make change. No more excuses. Homeless people have a huge percentage of people who are disabled, only because there's not enough housing for us, right? So we become homeless. It's really brutal. It's time to think beyond our insufficient ableist building code systems and processes. It's time to break down all of those misconceptions, why we're not building accessible spaces. And if any generation is going to step forward and help create that much needed change, it will be yours. Point blank, it will be yours. You can help lead this leap forward with awareness, activism, and inclusion. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the week here at Building Better Bootcamp. And so I'll be kicking around in the chat. Rosalie and Carrie, if you're able to join us, that would be awesome. If not, totally understandable. I think that's it for us.
Amazing.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you. Thank you so much for your vulnerability and your openness to sharing. It's how we all learn. I cannot thank you enough. There are a few questions in the chat, but I also encourage all of you to open up your mics. So there was a question about doorknobs and handles.
Okay, so I can speak to this one, yes. So the knob handles, anything where you have to use your hand to pinch with your fingers, grab, hold, twist, turn. So if you have to do two things at once or very close in succession, it's called a complex movement. So first of all, using your fingertips is no-no. What if somebody doesn't have fingertips? Let's just start with that. Let's be blunt. They're using a closed fist or wrist to open and close things. Maybe they don't have control of their hand. So we always want to ensure it's not something somebody has to grab or use fingertips. So when we talk about complex movements, if you have to do something close succession or at the same time, such as grab something, twist it and pull, that is complex movement, and a lot of people cannot do that. It should not have to rely on two movements at the same time or close together. Lever handles, you can open that with your foot, with your elbow, with your nose, with your forehead, with your dog. I mean, there are all sorts of options, but if it is a twistable knob, it is not going to work for most of us. Let's see here. Yes. Okay. So comment says, I know the best would be to hire people with disabilities in all project stages, to have consultants who have experience with accessibility needs and struggles when they are not met. Are there resources we can recommend? There are all sorts of accessibility consultants who specialize in the built environment, who specialize in universal design. I would recommend absolutely reaching out to any of, there are a lot of us And we're happy to do the work. Most of us do, in fact, have lived experience because we have a passion for making better spaces. So, you know, there are a lot of us out there. I don't have any specific resources. You know, I think if you are interested, send me an email and I can dig some up. Let's see here. Okay. Muster point. Muster. Muster point. Do you want to explain that one, Rosalie, or do you want me to?
Yeah. Muster point is where people would gather in an emergency situation, essentially where we all are safe.
Yeah, so there's typically a sign that says this is the muster point. You may have seen it out in parks or at various public locations. It's usually blue, but not always. And so anybody with a disability has the understanding that in an emergency, we automatically navigate to this point because that is where the emergency services will be looking for us. However, we can't always make it there. We do need assistance from a lot of other people. And this is where some of those big changes like the stair climbing chairs, like making sure that there is, you know, braille, tactile wayfinding and things like that. Yeah, you'll never not notice it moving forward. You will always see it and remember that. Perfect.
Jayde, one of the things that I love is this concept of curb cut effect. Can you maybe explain? Because to me that's
Yeah, so curb cut effect is this beautiful thing that we've seen. So I'm going to say back in the day, because I don't remember specifically what year. I don't know if anybody on the call does, but anyway, curb cuts came to be. So this is, you know, where you see a normal curb and then it's got that little cutaway and often has a bit of a ramp. So curb cut effects were brought into play as an accessibility feature. They had a lot of pushback. People didn't want them. Why should we do this? This is for accessibility. We don't need them. It's just going to be expensive. It's going to be difficult. It's going to change everything. It was like the world was imploding, right? Then they did it. And every single day, people with bikes, people pushing and pulling things, luggage, laundry, if you're using a laundromat, your kids maybe on a push bike or a stroller, right? We have these curb cuts. Every single one of us use them every single day. You go to the airport, are you lifting that luggage up over the curb? No, you're probably using a curb cut, right? So it is this beautiful, I'm going to call it accident of an accessibility feature, something that was designed specifically for people with disabilities that was pushed back again. Nobody wanted it. All of a sudden, everybody uses it. It's a fantastic feature that benefits everybody. And that is a great way to describe universal design. Works for everybody. Yeah, that's a good question.
Jayde, I was wondering, so I had this experience at a job that I had where an accessibility group brought into my department with a bunch of land use planners and engineers wheelchairs, and we kind of had like a scavenger hunt with wheelchairs, and it was really impactful to me from an awareness standpoint, although I recognize that's only one small element of consideration from accessibility. I'm wondering if there are resources out there for people to gain that sort of experiential awareness.
That's a good question. So there are a lot of people that offer that kind of experience, and there are two split thoughts on this experience. One is that it doesn't actually build the empathy we hope for, because at the end of the day, you can take off the glasses that make you struggle with vision. You can get out of the wheelchair. So you get to zip around for a couple of hours. Maybe it's kind of fun at some point and you don't really see the problem that we live with day to day. So a lot of advocates are against this kind of thing. And then there is the side that say, well, you know, if you can gain anything from this experience, that's a good thing. So do I have specific resources for this one? I don't know if either Rosalie or Carrie does. I am of the belief that I don't like that kind of training, because I believe at the end of the day, you get to take off this fake disability and you don't really experience what accessibility and disability really is like. So for me, it's a frustrating situation, because at the end of the day, you can still walk up the stairs at your home, in your home, and go to bed in your comfy bed and wake up in the morning and perfect peachy keen, right? Whereas for me, that's not an option. For Carrie, that's not an option. For Rosalie, that's not an option. We're not just going to magically take off our disabilities. But I'll leave the floor open to either of you if you want to contribute.
Yeah, I'll jump in really quick because I was just talking about this with a wheelchair user friend of mine. We both worked at out of Winnipeg, there's the Independent Living Resource Center. They did this especially to train like physio students and OT students, that's occupational therapy students. And yeah, I'm of the mind that I don't know what, like, how big the impact is. However, I think my friend did mention at the very least, you do get a chance to go around and like you might notice a few more obstacles that you wouldn't have. So like that step that you just kind of walked over all of a sudden is like, oh, that's actually there. I didn't see that before. However, is that going to carry through? Are you going to now notice all the steps? Maybe, maybe not. I think it depends. I agree with Jayde. Like, I think, yeah, at the end of the day, you get to just get up and walk away. And like, it also the nuance of like, okay, so you're in a chair, but your arms are still functional, right? So you're using a power door opener just fine. Whereas for me, most of those actually aren't even, like I can usually never reach them. Sometimes there's a garbage can in front of them.
All the time, all the time.
I don't know what's the deal is with that. So the foot buttons or the bar buttons to open the door are way better for someone who can't move their arms at all. You just roll up, press it with your footrest, and you go in, right? It's not something you might think about using a chair as someone with upper body strength, right? So again, and also like my husband likes to say, you know, I've been blind my whole life. I don't know any other way. And so I have all these tricks and like skills that I've developed over 35 years that you're not going to have, right? As like someone who just puts on a blindfold. And like, so it might give you a bit of empathy, might, you know, give you a bit more awareness, but then you have to carry that through. So the exercise itself, you know, I'm not going to say it's 100% bad. I don't think it's great. And like, yeah, most of the disability community isn't super keen on it.
And I'll jump in too quickly. I've done, and I do some simulations, but definitely it's the piece at the end to say, you know, everybody needs to identify what they're going to take away from it. And so that's not just the experience, which might be instill fear or other emotions. There has to be that conversation at the end to help reinforce the experience, to say, what impacts have you experienced and what other things, like just taking another step further, what do you think and what have you learned from the experience? It's very interesting that there is the two, you know, two very different minds about simulations. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a good thing to remember in the world of disability accessibility, right? That, you know, there are a lot of people who are comfortable with some terms and others who aren't. There are a lot of people who are comfortable with some things and not others, right? And so it really depends. The biggest thing you can do is, you know, if you're in a specific situation, ask the person that you're talking to directly, what is your preference? You know, so for example, when I'm using my wheelchair, if people touch my wheelchair without asking, or if they ask if they can help me and I say no and they do it anyway, I get really, really angry. A lot of people actually are starting to remove the push handles on the wheelchair. But the problem with doing that is then when they actually need assistance, they can't get it because they've had to do that. It's like, what do they say? Like, this is why we can't have nice things. One person is ruining it. Well, okay, maybe more than one person. Anyway, that's kind of the idea of it. Yeah, favorite quote. Nothing about us without us. That is a good one.
So I know you'll be there tomorrow. Can you give us a little insight? Durham, what do you think? It's one of the first regions that we've seen that has at least an accessibility and inclusivity checklist.
Yes. So you know my feelings on checklists, first of all.
Yeah.
Like, okay, they're a nice starting point, but similar to code, they shouldn't be the be all end all. Like, okay, like it's good to have, but Durham region and Peel region are two of the most advanced as far as creating their own accessibility plans. However, there are, I like that one too, Carrie, make the world a better place than I found it. Anyway, so both of them do have, you know, their own accessibility plans. Neither one is perfect. I appreciate that they are trying. Durham region does in fact have some areas where they need to go further. I was looking over their document yesterday and noticed some pretty big areas of deficiency where they just aren't even aware, or, now keeping in mind too that when they're working with a large group and need to push approvals and all of this kind of stuff, it also makes it a little bit harder. But they could take their checklist a little bit further for sure. And I have a couple of pieces. I wasn't planning on specifically bringing them into the conversation tomorrow, but that, I think are important for them to be aware of with their checklist. So yeah, that's a good question.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Carrie, so much for being here today.
Thanks, Jayde. Always a pleasure.
Thank
Take care,
you.
everyone.
I
Thanks,
would say
everybody.
too, Bettina, as you were talking about those guides, one thing to be aware of is every province has their own rules and regulations around accessibility. So, Ontario Building Code recently did another shakeup, shall we say. And part of that shakeup was taking on pretty much all of National Building Code, but creating those little pieces where they've adapted it. And we're already seeing problems with that. So for example, Ontario, I would say, across all of Canada, Ontario is leading the charge in accessibility. So well done on Ontario, seriously. But what they've done with this recent change, for example, door widths were 860 millimeters. Well, all of a sudden now they've reduced it back to 850 millimeters, right?
Oh, come
And
on.
I know. And so I'm always encouraging builders, like, listen, this stuff already exists. Please keep doing what you're doing, 860 minimum. And, as Rosalie was talking about, like, we need bigger allowances, right? For people in bigger bodies, people who are using bigger chairs or bigger mobility devices, or, we need to make sure that that is available. Otherwise, automatically they can't enter the space. So, just being aware that every province does have their own thing. Every municipality can also have their own thing on top of it, whereas where the Durham region stuff comes into play. And there's a lot of confusion about, do I meet code? Do I meet my local standard? Do I meet universal design, especially when they're looking for funding? Start with code, then look at your local, then look at universal design and enhance. You'll never be penalized for enhancing a space, only if you do lesser than building code. So if building code says 850, and universal design says 860. And then we have, whatever standard saying 950. Go as far to the right as you can from building code, right? Building code is bare minimum. It's like getting a Slurpee with no flavor in it or a donut with no icing on it. Please put on the icing. And then the next level is the sprinkles, right? Like, keep enhancing, because you'll never get penalized for that, only if you don't do enough. Yeah.
Love that analogy. That's awesome.
Yeah. I might be hungry.
There we go. It is getting to that time. Jessica, it's so nice to welcome you. We're so honored at Sustainable Buildings Canada. We are trying very hard. We recognize that there is a lot of opportunity to improve the environment for humans in the built environment and for all sorts of issues. And both Jessica and Jayde were part of a 10-month-long group that we did where we ourselves learned, and we're still, all of us are still learning. So don't feel bad if any of this was new to you, or if you hadn't thought about it, or if you suddenly realize, there's so much that still needs to be done. But yeah, like Jayde said, this is a call out to you to become advocates.
Yeah. And honestly, as Bettina's saying, don't feel bad. Dude, even people with disabilities are learning. Like, we
We're
are
all
learning
learning.
every day, how we can make
Exactly.
things better, not only for ourselves, but for each other, right? Like, whether or not I have the same disability as someone else, I can certainly listen to what they're saying is the problem and amplify that message, right?
Exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Jayde. Thank you,
Perfect.
Rosalie.
Thank
We really,
you.
really appreciate you guys being here.
Have a great week.
Thanks, you too. Okay. And Jessica, we will leave it on to you to continue this incredible day of learning.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. And it's lovely to see everyone. I do have a slide deck to share, so I'm just going to start that up from my end, and I'll do an introduction here in just a second as well. So hopefully folks can see that. I do, thank you. And I do have a couple videos, so once those videos come on, I'll look again for the thumbs up that you can hear. Always want to make sure that I click the right buttons in the right spaces. All right, so I'm going to spend a bit of time with you talking about decolonizing and just building off of those last couple messages, like for truth, reconciliation, and decolonization, it is very similar approach that we're going to listen to the people around us. We're not all trained in truth and reconciliation. As an Indigenous person, you don't automatically know all the history of Canada and where the oppression is and what decolonization means. So we're going to listen and we're going to amplify. So that was great messaging that Jayde had there too. Just as a territorial land acknowledgement, I'm joining today from the traditional territory Treaty 6. In which is known also as Miskwichi, Waskahagan, or Edmonton, Alberta. We are the North Saskatchewan River traditional Métis territory as well, formerly known as Métis Zone Number 4. We also recognize that Edmonton is the home to the largest Inuit urban population outside of the territories. And we have traditionally been known as a meeting place here, historically as well, just where the rivers meet, and a lot of history in this area. And a lot that needs to be honored for First Nations, Métis, Inuit contribution up until today, including today. So we recognize that. So just self-introduction. Again, I'm Jessica Vandenberghe. My pronouns are she, her. I grew up in northern Alberta here in Treaty 6 territory, up close to a center called Grand Prairie. I grew up on 2 different farms. My home community, though, is up by High Level, also in Treaty 8 territory. And our home community is known as Denetah First Nation. It's 3 parcels of land geographically separated from each other. And I didn't grow up in community. I am a 60 scoop survivor, which means I grew up in the foster adoption system. And the family that adopted me eventually settled here in the Grand Prairie area, growing up on a couple of different farms, and then bused up to Spirit River for high school. That's where I went and graduated from. But my journey has taken me many different places. So through a college transfer program, through the Grand Prairie Regional College, as it was known at that point, I did an engineering program that took me then and transitioned to the University of Alberta. I have a chemical engineering degree with a computer process control specialization, which means I did electrical engineering as well as chemical engineering. I did the co-op program, and then I did a master's as well between chemical and mining engineering, specific for the oil sands. And I worked in that field, in the energy field, for about 10 years, and then went off to work in the regulatory area for APEGA, the engineering regulator in Alberta. I did that for about 6 years in a variety of director positions, really trying to improve the culture of the engineering profession. So I was involved in K-12 STEM outreach, in equity, diversity, inclusion initiatives like the 30 by 30, and salary survey work. I ran their compliance and disciplinary portfolios for a number of years as well, and took a lot of people to court, had a lot of conversations around ethical behavior and what that means. But really felt a calling back to truth reconciliation. So as an Indigenous community consultant for a number of years, I had the privilege of visiting almost all the nations within the province of Alberta, Treaty 6, 7, and 8, as well as the Métis settlements and the Métis nations, doing quite a few different projects, from infrastructure buildings to writing constitution acts and communication packages, working on water issues and all sorts of different things. And it was very eye-opening. So even though I didn't grow up community, I have had the privilege of talking with a lot of elders and knowledge keepers and chiefs and councils, and seeing really what needs to be done to bridge professions into the community and settlers, and how this can all work differently. And then COVID struck. Everybody's quite familiar with that. And it took me down a different change in career path too, to work for the University of Alberta. I worked in their engineering faculty in their dean's office for about 3 years. For the duration of COVID, everything was online. And then I actually have transitioned for the last couple of years to work for the University of Victoria as well. I run a side consultancy firm, walking with a lot of folks too in this area too. So I wear my Guiding Star consulting hat quite a bit too, because there's lots that we can do. And so I'm going to give you a flavor of some of the things that we can build off of for decolonization, for building structures, especially. I'll give some examples towards the end. But I'm going to start with the truth. The truth is always where we start when it comes to truth, reconciliation, and decolonization. And I know Canada is a beautiful place to live. We enjoy a lot of freedoms compared to a lot of countries. And I know there's a lot that we can improve, but there's a lot of history that isn't always shared, even with those who grow up within Canada. I was educated in the K-12 system, and a lot of the things regarding the truth I wasn't told either. When it comes to decolonization as well, if you choose to live, play, and work within Canada, you are part of the colonized and decolonization efforts, whether you realize it or not. So this is part of opening our eyes and ears to some of the truths that are out there. All right, so when building, we work in the interest of the greater good. As a professional, as a technical person, we're always working for the greater good. You're getting exposed this week to a lot of topics and a lot of ideas that are hopefully opening your mind to how diverse our greater good is, our public population. A lot of factions not always thought about when it comes to building design. Often First Nations, Métis, Inuit as well. The needs and where we're at in terms of our relationships with Indigenous peoples aren't always thought of too. So just opening the eyes that we're all part of the greater good, and that we all have a responsibility to lead reconciliation change. So what that means is decolonizing our organizations, policies, recruitment and retention strategies. We'll dive a little bit deeper into what that might look like. Creating meaningful relationships where we can with First Nations, Métis, Inuit people and communities, especially those who are impacted directly by our work. Some of our projects might be adjacent to or on reserve land or on Métis settlement community land or Inuit communities in the north. We need to ensure safe, brave, inclusive spaces for our First Nations, Métis, Inuit colleagues and ensure equitable support. So we might be working alongside First Nations, Métis, Inuit people as well. And the business world isn't always built for the diversity of identities either. And that is efforts being made through equity, diversity, inclusion work. Indigenous people are part of that work as well. Incorporating the Indigenous knowing into engineering. This is applied to applying to wide seeing. So this is a concept I'm not going to talk too much about, but really it's appreciating that there are Western European ways. When we talk about colonization, it's really the Western European ways that came and are the structure of our country here. But that means there wasn't space really for other worldviews, whether that's from Asia or other parts of the world, or even from Indigenous peoples whose worldviews were replaced by European Western ways. So Indigenous ways of knowing, being, doing, and relating. Indigenous people have been on here, Turtle Island, for over 20,000 years. So they had established ways of engineering and technology that were replaced by European ways of engineering technology. So there's still value and understanding that the understanding, has great value that isn't always considered into our designs and our technology. And now that truth and reconciliation is moving ahead a lot quicker, a lot of more nations and Métis and Inuit people are finding their voices and wanting to share Indigenous ways of knowing, being, doing, and relating as well. And that applies to engineering technology, environmental stewardship, ways of building communities in a safe, brave place. Lots of different things that the others and knowledge keepers know about. We need to change our project management, risk assessments and frameworks to make space for Indigenous ways of being and relating, and really making space for diverse identities as well. So really what that means to a project management process is really creating space for engagement work. So engagement work prior to the project, at the design stages, even at the construction stages and the reclamation and the startup, all those at the different stages of a project management process, really just pausing, asking the questions, are there identities we haven't included here? Are there people that we haven't listened to or haven't had a voice? Are there things that we have missed throughout this project that we need to think about now before the project is all finished and it's really hard to incorporate? And we start when it comes to First Nations, Métis, Inuit by learning and accepting the truth. So I'm going to share a little bit here about the truth. And just as a note, if this is triggering material, again, virtual settings are a little challenging. I can't always see or read your reactions to this, but please do look after your wellness and self-care if there is something triggering. And please do feel free to engage in the chat as well if you have questions or anything like that. happy to answer questions along the way. So part of learning the truth, part of having these conversations will create feelings of discomfort. So feeling uncomfortable about a situation is oftentimes the indicator that growth is about to take place. So really, we're growing together in the truth. Again, we weren't all born with the knowledge of the truth. So we are learning it as we go because it's not necessarily incorporated in our K-12 systems or our university systems either. And I always like to start with this graphic too, again, just to create that comfort that it's okay to have that discomfort. We move between these zones depending what we're engaging with, from that fear zone to the learning zone to the growth zone. So for example, maybe the first time you want to attempt a land acknowledgement that you've written yourself, that might be placing you in that fear zone. It might be a mix of fear of public speaking or fear of how is this going to be received, or this is something new. It might not reflect well. But once you practice and learn it and try it out on a few people, you're in that learning zone. And then the growth zone is really where you're very natural at land acknowledgements, and it's part of everything you do. The first time you go to an Indigenous community might put you back in that fear zone again, though. It might be intimidating. You might have to counter and talk yourself through some of the biases and stereotypes that you've heard of that may or may not be true. And you might feel a little bit intimidated, and that will put you back in that fear zone. But as we learn more and as we talk to people and we just find the courage to try things, we get to that growth zone where building projects on reserves is something that might come and be part of your regular practice. So it's something that we work towards, right? So it's really okay to move between these zones. And that's really what I want to say with this graphic. All right. So throughout this series, you're learning a lot of different things from the identity wheel. You're learning about a lot of different identities that don't necessarily aren't always part of everyday conversation. Maybe you feel a lot of affinity towards some of these identity groups. What I really want to recognize in that is that this is a great series. You're learning a lot of different fractions, learning and hearing a lot of different voices. And today I'm going to be talking about those of Indigenous descent, but I just want to recognize that there are so many other places that we can go with all these conversations, to ethnicity and race and gender and sexual orientation, physical ability. But there's so many different places with identity that really you'll hear a common message that I already reiterated from Jayde, is that we really just need to actively listen to each other and amplify each other and know that we don't know everything, right? So really, that's the stage that we're at, is really awareness and learning. And that is part of why I'm here today as well. In the end, though, what ties us together, no matter our identity, no matter how we grew up, is that we all wanted to be treated with respect, regardless of our identity. Like, that's really where we're trying to get to, in active listening, not making assumptions, not jumping to assumptions and stereotypes and prejudices is really part of that. So respectfully asking the questions, being curious, creating that space where we can do proper engagement with different identity groups so we understand the needs that aren't always necessarily identified as a team or team. Right, so we need to see Canada through the eyes of the truth. So I mentioned the terminology, Turtle Island. Belief of nations is that North America here is in the shape of a turtle. There's many creation stories that the elders and knowledge keepers share with us around Turtle Island. Lots of archaeological data that says people have been here for over 20,000 years. I am from the Dene. The Dene typically come from the north. There's an interesting story about how there's a large population of Dene down here by the Gulf of Mexico too. So interesting story how we divided up when borders were formed and lines were drawn on maps and things like that. But lots of stories in history that goes back a long ways. And of course, with that many people, populations were in the millions. There were ways of community building, there was ways of war, there's ways of disagreement. There was, again, engineering technology, there were cities, there were metalworking, there was large agriculture, ways to ensure enough food for all those mouths to feed, ways of spiritual and practice, and ways of value systems. So this was all established. And it worked well, again, to keep the environment in pristine condition for those 20,000 years. What came next was colonization. So when we talk about decolonization, we do have to talk about colonization. So colonization was really A lot of the European countries were looking for resources, they were looking for land. At that time, the governments, they were looking for these resources and land. They were also working a lot with the churches. So there was a lot of push to convert people to Christian faith. So there were documents and edicts like the Doctrine of Discovery that said, as you do your exploration, if you come across people who don't have Christian faith, convert them. If they're not Christian faith, you're welcome to take everything they have. They are not as civilized as we are because they don't believe the way that we do. And so there was this air of less than human for treatment of people who weren't of Christian faith and weren't of the same skin tone and familiarity as European explorers at that time. And that really was the cause of slavery, the cause of colonization of many countries, of Indigenous people around the world. And eventually, it resulted in things like UNDRIP now, where there's a lot of movements towards decolonization, rights of Indigenous peoples around the world in many different countries. For us here in Canada, our largest influences through colonization were from the countries of England and France up here in Canada. The Spanish influence is very large in South America, Central America, and Southern United States. We have some influence in Canada, but not as much as English and French. And if you recall your history of North America and the evolution of North America since colonization, there was a lot of wars, fighting for lands and things like that, that eventually resulted in Quebec being formed as our French representing influence from France. And then the rest of Canada, all of our governance and government systems and things like that were modeled after England. So that's why we have the Queen and now the King, on the back of our coins. Our parliament and legislation is structured similarly to Great Britain, and our universities are structured similar to how universities are structured in Europe. And so a lot that we inherited from a time when equity, diversity, inclusion wasn't even part of the conversation, at a time where gender discrimination was very much in existence, favoring male people. And a lot of identities weren't even talked about at that time in terms of gender types and sexual orientation types. It was very much geared and aligned with what the churches believed, the Christian churches believed at that time. And the Christian faith is the one that is the model for our business world now. And you can see that in that we get paid time off for things like Easter and Christmas, which are honored by the Christian faiths. But if you choose a different faith that honors different times of the years or different ceremonies, you don't get paid time off for that. So lots of influence that when you start looking at it, you can see. And those are all effects of colonization. The other thing I just want to say before I move on from this slide, so there is colonization. Colonization is really about taking populations from a place and putting them somewhere else and them creating a colony. Parts of what have happened to Indigenous people are because of imperialistic tactics. So imperialism is imposing the ways of somewhere else on to a place and saying that their ways are superior. So a lot of what happened to Indigenous people is the result of both colonization and imperialism as well together. And that really resulted in oppression. All right, so I'm going to talk about Indigenous peoples, of which there are First Nations, Métis, Inuit. Just for some definitions, in case you're not familiar with this terminology, First Nations, again, people who have been here for over 20,000 years. Canada recognizes a number of First Nations, about 620 First Nations. We know there's more than that, that aren't always recognized. Part of what you'll hear is that nations and reserves and bans, all this came from the Indian Act and the government's choosing. So there are times that the government recognizes a nation that is a combination really of three other nations. In Treaty 7, Stoney Nakoda by Calgary is a good example. There are actually three distinct nations seen as one under the government, which makes it very difficult when they apply for infrastructure funding because they have to apply as one application when there's three very distinct needs. In Edmonton here, there are two nations that have never been recognized by the federal government, the Papas Chase Nation. They have land rights to over half of Edmonton proper, so they've never been recognized. And Michelle Band also has never been recognized as well. And then there's a number of nations that have been listed as extinct when descendants still exist. And so there's a lot in especially southern BC where they're listed as extinct, but their relatives still live, or often their kins and their relations are on the other side of the border of the US border. And because they're not recognized in Canada, they can't find their way back. So there's some of that happens. As mentioned, the Dene, we have a large population in southern US. Part of that is because they could never migrate back. And there are different reasons for all of that, things of how it evolved. But just know that even though, you know, the government of Canada, if you Googled how many First Nations, it would be come up with, I think, 234 or something like that. There are more than that. So just know that. When it comes to the Métis, Métis are people who trace their ancestries back to early unions of explorers, European explorers, and First Nations descendants. So Métis is not simply just any European and First Nations blood mix. It is people who can trace their ancestry back to those early unions. And typically they made their homes around the mouth of the Hudson's Bay. A lot of ancestors trace their way back to there. So often their lineage traces back to what's now known as Quebec in Ontario, Northern Ontario, a lot in Manitoba, even up into the territories. And the example I usually give with that is my children, they have a European father and I'm First Nations. They're not Métis, they're Dene children. They have their membership and status with the band that are from my lineage and ancestors. They're not Métis in any way. They don't know anything about that culture. We have no relations to the Métis, so it would be very unfair of us to call them Métis when that's not their heritage. So again, tracing back to those early unions. And then the Inuit, of course, have been here as well for over 20,000 years up in the north, making their home up there. And their community life has been they choose a very hard path in combination with the environment up there, but they have made beautiful languages and homes and they choose that life up there. But they have found their ways to work for them to allow them to survive and thrive and create healthy communities up there. So these three factions, I'll talk mainly to First Nations, but I just want to make sure that as you go into the world and do your building and doing your technical work, that you will be also engaged with Métis and Inuit as well. So don't forget about those demographics. So just the impacts again of colonization, imperialism, we see capitalism came as well. So the way of commerce and currency worked differently before colonization. They had a way of monetary exchange and trade, but it did work different. Of course, now we have our capitalistic systems around the world that we use for global exchange and trade. Use of religion, church, and power. So again, Europeans came with this idea of Christian faith being the dominant faith. Indigenous people had their own way of spirituality and faith and belief. And there was science technology existing before the European ways came as well. So they had metalworking, they had dentistry, they had all sorts of different things that worked for them, but again, imposed this European way of thinking and what validated scientific and mathematical ways as well. Global trade came and travel came as well. So really trying to use the resources that were available and in great condition in North America is where things went. So what the most, well, actually, let me just go through this list here. So again, this is probably the most triggering of the material. So again, there'll be some new information here. And again, the trigger warning here to take care of yourself if you need it. And what I want to emphasize is that all of these things are examples of imperialistic tactics that really add up to cultural genocide against First Nations, Métis, Inuit people. So Indigenous people were part of slavery. Brown University estimates between 1.5 and 5 million Indigenous people were part of slavery. So working for European men as they were early explorers and establishing trades and things like that. I read a biography of a man, an Indigenous man who was working to get a permission letter from their Indian agent of their reserve. And he had to pack this explorer's, all his loads and materials back and forth across the Rockies several times. And then in the end, didn't even get the letter. And it's like that is what life was like when it comes to slavery, something that was needed for everyday life was held in almost hostage. And that's really what slavery was like. Many know about the impact of disease, introduction of new diseases with the intent of eradicating whole nations of people. Often they talk about the Hudson's Bay blankets infected with smallpox is the most well-known example given to nations in order to, again, facilitate death in those nations. When it comes to the Métis, again, Métis trace their ancestries back to this mouth of the Hudson's Bay. A lot of Métis made their homes in, before Manitoba was known as Manitoba, but this area in the Red River area. As Europeans and explorers and the fur trades evolved, they wanted this land. They found a way to get the land through something called scrip, which was a promissory note. It was, you give us our land, we're going to give you this note, and at some point we're going to exchange that note for money or land somewhere else. And so a lot of people took scrip and waited and waited and waited, but that system was never set up. So if you look in the land claim courts, there's a million different land claims going right now because scrip was promised and land was never given, nor with monetary value. And where the Métis went, they built their homes in the prairies here in the road allowances instead. So a lot of road allowance communities popped up. And road allowances are the ditches beside highways where utilities run and wastewater runs and things like that. They built their homes there, and road allowance communities were in existence till about 2006. The Indian Act, of course, is the largest piece of oppressive legislation, well known around the world. Other places look to it as examples of what you could do with your Indigenous peoples. It's still in existence today, so this oppressive piece of legislation is still there. The movement is really trying to move towards progressive legislation. We have some good examples with New Zealand. They're already at a place of progressive legislation. The Indian Act, though, is still oppressive. Elements of it were meant for assimilation, and really it introduced things like the reserve system, control of the reserve system, Indian agents who could control the reserve system, the membership, again, that no one else here in North America has to identify their ethnicity or race. Indigenous people are the only one. And non-Indigenous people are the judges, whether you're Indigenous enough or not. So status is one of those things that was a tool. Out of it came segregation in the medical system and education system. So the residential schools and day schools, and segregation to Indian hospitals in the medical system. So lots in there, plus gender discrimination, and inability to work within the systems even that were devised. So it was written that Indigenous people can get lawyers and try to fight these things through the European systems. You can go to school, all sorts of different things. So very, very, very oppressive. And enfranchisement was kind of the base of a lot of that. So enfranchisement was really around if you are enfranchised, you have given up all your rights and identity as an Indigenous person to say that you are now civilized as per the definition from European people, right? So it's really, you've replaced everything in you, your ways and your ceremonies and your language and culture with a European Christian way, right? And you've met the bar, and you are now no longer identifying through status as a Indigenous person. You are now identifying as a Canadian or a European colonizer or of Christian faith. So enfranchisement went from 1869 to 1985. And it was one of those things, again, that worked with status to strip people of rights and privileges too. So it's a very weird system. So for example, if I was born 100 years ago, having gone to university, I would have lost my status because I went to university. Becoming educated was something that Indigenous people weren't allowed to do. Marrying a European man would have removed my status. I would have said, well, now you're European because you married this man and that's what your family identifies with. All these different things would have removed my rights and the rights of all my children to identify as First Nations, right? So it was a very different world when it came to enfranchisement. Imperialistic tactics were also killing off and eliminating crucial pieces of culture and life. So For some of the nations in the plains, for many of the nations in the plains, bison was a crucial part. That was the livestock. Bison were eliminated by 1888, and small numbers of wood bison remain. There's a lot of introduction of buffalo and bison back into the nature now that are being done. But there's also a lot of pictures of massive amounts of killing of that, no respect for the meat and the animals that were left, a lot of value just placed on pieces of the buffalo that were left there. And really the intent of that, the European intent of that, was to replace bison as the livestock with the livestock of their choosing, which is of course cattle. So if you look from province to province, it's interesting to see how buffalo are defined, because in some provinces they're considered livestock and some they're not. And it's an interesting path to go down. We know about the residential schools, a lot of people know, but there were 139 that operated till 1997. And again, those schools weren't for the purpose of education, it was meant for assimilation. So people coming out of their schools are called survivors, not graduates, right? So it really was meant to assimilate and replace Indigenous ways in a person and language, but that of Christian ways and English and European ways. People don't always talk about the day schools, but the day schools were in effect for the same reasons. So 700 day schools operating till the year 2000. The only difference between the two schools is that residential schools, the children were boarded and were able to go home on Christian holidays. So they could go home at Christmas, not necessarily Indigenous times of ceremony. And the day schools, they went back home after their day at school. Segregation in the medical system included the Indian hospitals. So they couldn't go to regular medical facilities. They had to go to specific for Indigenous people. 29 hospitals operated in 1981. A lot operated in conjunction with the churches as well. So I was born in an Indian hospital here in Edmonton that still stands, and they're converting it to condos, which is interesting because there's a lot of unmarked graves around this building, and a lot of history in that building. It operated for about 40 years or so. Medical testing was done on residential school kids as well. I'm not going to go into details of those examples, but the biggest one that most people know is malnutrition tests that resulted in the Canada Food Guide. So they would give children, they try to find the minimum level of vitamins and nutrition that a child would need in order to find out what is considered healthy and unhealthy. Another example of imperialism tactics is the slaughter of the Inuit dogs for those in the north. So from the 1950s to about the 1970s, in conjunction with the RCMP, all the Inuit dogs were slaughtered in the north to the point of extinction. This slaughter went along with policy and legislation as well that was put into effect that said they didn't even have to notify the families of the slaughter of their dogs. And dogs were not just family members, of course. If you have a pet, you know, they're family members. They were also crucial to life and transportation, amongst other things in the north too. Another example from the medical system, forced sterilization of Indigenous women. So women were sterilized without their consent and sometimes without their knowledge when they would go in for medical procedures. This was something that was also put into policy. In Alberta and BC, legislation existed for several decades. In Alberta here, it was from 1928 to 1972. So a very long time that this was okay. And even now, Senate just last October said, yes, we should do away with forced sterilization of Indigenous women. It's still something that is in the news and in the legislation and not fully eradicated as a practice. And then 60 Scoop and Millennial Scoop is high populations of Indigenous people in the foster adoption systems. It's interesting for fostering and adoption. Like I've traveled the world to try to see different ways towards truth and reconciliation. And I was down in Peru and we were building a school down there and I was talking to the mothers and the families in the pretty high poverty areas. And they said, I asked them, like, what do you do for your adoption systems down there? And they said, they don't exist here. Like we would never take a child away from their mother, no matter what. And I was like, oh my gosh, like then that, like just that statement alone makes me think, yeah, I can see how this was a tactic, right? To remove the children from the families, place them in European Christian families, I was placed in a family, very large geographic distance. My family was in Calgary and Denita is up in Northern Alberta. And again, European Christian family. So lots that was done to try to force the removal and the erasure of Indigenous ways of knowing, being, doing, and relating. And again, replace it with European ways and Christian ways. And so we live in a country that has the remnants of all of this in our education systems, in our enforcement systems, in our building systems, in our commerce, in our government. And really, decolonization is about countering all of this and being able to see where it exists in some of our systems and writing different policies, working towards progressive legislation versus oppressive legislation, and doing what we can in our project management professional ways to start having more Indigenous voices at the table. And of course, working towards employing and having Indigenous people paid as part of design teams and technical teams and in professional roles. We are a very diverse country. And so this is why we talk about truth reconciliation a lot, because even in this room, I bet there's a lot of people who likely grew up and were educated somewhere else. And even if you grew up and were educated here in Canada, as mentioned earlier, these aren't things that are integrated great into K-12 systems or into our university systems. So we have quite a few different countries of origin. We have people now that identify solely as Canadian, even though they could probably trace back their ancestry 7 generations to another place from the world. So we have lots of identities that need to be thought about when it comes to design and when it comes to building, as well as when it comes to impact of our projects. And again, this emphasizes, again, the diversity within ethnicity of our country here. All right, so truth and reconciliation is all part of our responsibility. So let me do a quick time check here. Where I am, there we go.
You've got about 8 minutes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So I'm gonna go into what we can do and then give you a couple examples here. So we need to recognize privilege and power when you see it. So know that we have privilege and power built into our systems that still favors from, hundreds of years ago what Britain was working at, right? Which was male dominated, European ways, a lot of identities not even recognized, and that we need to recognize that and make room for the beauty of diversity within what we see and try to rebalance some of the power when we see it. We need to call in colleagues when privilege, power, stereotyping, prejudice, discrimination, and racism is at play. And this isn't always an easy thing to do, but having the courage just to have these conversations or create the spaces to bring in different voices so it can be part of the conversation that you're having with your design teams. And of course, when we bring in other voices, we need to actively listen to equity deserving demographics, ensure human rights are protected. Racism, discrimination happens a lot. It's very hard to identify and it's very it's often not talked about openly when something occurs and what do we do with something. So a lot goes unreported. Create equal opportunity and equitable environments. Look for remnants of I'm going to struggle with that one. Colonialism, there we go, and imperialism. Especially in decision-making, recognition, and access, who is being consulted and those being impacted. So, just going through kind of those lists, like who are we including in this? Who are we missing in this? Who is dominating this? You had the conversation about universal access design. That benefits many people, doesn't hinder a lot of people by making doors wider, right? It makes it more accessible. But it really helps those who have never been included in that thought process of size of door. Same when it comes to Indigenous people, we need to think about, is there ways that we can incorporate aspects that will help with culture and language restoration? Are there ways that will help incorporate the recognition that they were original land stewards of these lands and that they are welcome here as they are welcome anywhere? Making room for those Indigenous voices, again, through proper engagement and consultation. So not just doing the minimum duty to consult, which is very checklisty, but really engaging at several pieces and parts of different project stages. Ensure Indigenous protocol is followed when you do engagement. So that's offering tobacco, offering gifts, making sure that we take care of the people that we're inviting in. Elders and knowledge keepers have gone to residential school or day schools. I don't know any elder that hasn't been impacted by that. So making sure that we take care of them and making sure that if they're sharing their lived experiences and their knowledge of ceremony or their spiritual connection to the ancestors, things like that, that is honored in a way that you would honor, you know, a Nobel Prize winner in the academic spaces, or a highly esteemed consultant or expert in your field, that you would honor it the same way. And that's really the best way to think about it. And then do what you can to help with language, culture and language restoration. So in buildings, like thinking about even signage in different languages, thinking about can we incorporate different aspects into the architectural design itself that help us remember whose lands that we are on and whose hearts and footsteps across those lands. So these two slides here, these are just basic project management slides that you go through for any project. So concept through to design and planning, procurement, construction, project completion. And then this is from the project management, the PMP folks, the project management process folks that give you a designation. They have integration, scope, time, cost, quality, human resources, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder across the top. And then I know this is really hard to read, but if you do go for a PMP designation, you'll see that in each of the different categories, there's a number of things that you can do in each stage of project management. So there's a time when you check your budgets. There's a time when you check the schedules. There's a time when you start your design work and all these things. And really what I want to emphasize with these two graphics is that no matter what project management framework that you work, it will have different stages. At each stage, make sure you go through those questions with yourself and your team. Is there someone whose voice hasn't been heard? Do we need to consult again on this? Is this a stage where we need somebody in with an expertise in the area to offer how we can help with language and culture restoration? Do we need a ceremony as part of this? Or just thinking through that at every stage is very helpful. So similar to how you would do a safety risk assessment at each stage, it would be just a quick check-in around what diversity checks do you need to do at each stage so that people feel included and that engagement is part of that. So I'm going to do this one video just in limited time. It's a bit of a long video. And this is a project that was done in the city of Edmonton. So just give me a thumbs up here. Hear that.
The most important part about this park is it's going to tell the history of Edmonton, you know, because, you know, we tend to lose a lot of history as time goes on, right? And people change, the cultures, there's new cultures, and it changes it too, right? So, and this park will really tell the story.
I wanted to make a piece that was about the language and the importance of language, but also really about Indigenous women, to represent and to honor Indigenous women.
Our name is derived from the sound of the birds in our homeland. So it was the robin. So the sound of the robin was Zawadzali. And so we were then called the Zawadeno. And I was thinking about that when I was seeing all the magpies flying around here. And I thought, oh, those are very beautiful birds. And then I thought, I guess every place has its particular presence and it will have its own particular sound.
I have tried to capture a few different creatures that had lived in this area from the past 67 million years, over 100 million years, up until the present. The creatures that I have chosen are indicative of the life cycle and the cycle of trophic cascade that has occurred that is unique to their period in history. So, for example, with the dinosaur era, there's a hadrosaur and and the Albertosaurus, or also known as Gorgosaurus, predator and prey. And then fast forward several million years, and you have the coyote and the hare, which are featured as bronzes. So there's a bronze coyote sitting on top of this large red piece of granite, as well as, and then the bronze hare, which is lying behind the granite where the coyote can't see.
I really wanted to pay honor to the process that was created by the Edmonton Arts Council with curator Candace Hopkins about this idea of gathering around this place. And there were lots of stories that talk about the people that came through this area and continue to come to this area. And I wanted to really make a mark of that specifically. And so what I've done is I've created amphitheater-style seating, 4 steps, and then it is connected to a sacred circle at the base. And so for me, it's really about Métis culture coming together with the European seating and the sacred circle stemming from Indigenous people. And the 4 steps all relate to different periods of time. So the top step is related to prehistoric time. The 3rd step, it is really to mark the fort era. So it has wood on the surface, and it's to really remind you of the forts, but also Métis cabins. And so at the corner is a dovetail-like joint, which is Métis specific. And the 3rd step, it's related to our contemporary time. So I have water jet cut a beading pattern by my great-grandmother, as she was a moccasin maker, out of this Corten steel. And the 4th step, which is the last step at the bottom, it's about our future condition. And I'm really interested in where are Indigenous people going today and tomorrow? What materials are we using? And so it is a polished mirror steel. So it's reflecting yourself and also reflecting your environment, which is the park itself. When you're sitting or standing at the tallest step, you have the greatest view. You actually have this vista into the downtown Edmonton core, and you have this beautiful river valley. That's where you have the greatest perspective. But when you're sitting down at the closest step, which is the future condition, you sort of have the most limited view. So you can really only see too far into the future. And so for me, it's not only just about how you think or do, it's really about your kind of vista and how far you're really able to see. So even though you're far back in history, you can see the perspective, but you can't have the voice. And when you're in the future, you have the voice, but you don't have the vista.
So the piece that I've made is called Iskotu, and Iskotu in the Cree language means fire. It's a very large steel sculpture done in syllabics. The largest syllabics are 6 feet high, and the smaller size syllabics are 3 feet high. I chose to do syllabics because I thought it was very important to convey the relationship between Indigenous language and land. Indigenous languages come from the land. And so for me, I thought it was really important to make visible in the landscape of Edmonton that connection. And I chose Cree because that is my language. And I think it's really important to make our languages visible here. And though it's my language, I'm not fluent in it. And so with this work, I'm really hoping that it can be a catalyst so that we see more Indigenous languages throughout the city, whether it's Cree, Nakota, Michif, Soto. I think there needs to be more of it made visible.
My work at the park, I created 2 concrete turtles. Since it's like an island in the park, and I was kind of thinking of the turtles as Turtle Island. The design I started off with, like, I'm working with the Miskochi Academy here. What I did is I included their logo on the baby turtle. I wanted to dedicate that turtle to them, right? Because they're the next group of people that are going to be doing stuff. The second turtle, I put a sweat lodge on top of the turtle, and then everything around it. I put a woodpecker, which signifies the Papache's people and their history in the area. And then there's on the west side, I put a thunderbird with the creation of the earth, holding the earth, because it was Jerry Saddleback telling us about the creation story. And on the north side, I put the riverbank, the sediments. That was because of Dr. Dwayne Donald. He told us about the history of that area, the riverbank and the arrowheads, you know, the layers. We're going to put a beaver on that side, a real colorful beaver. The reason why we're making them colorful is because Edmonton is full of, you know, different nationalities. On the bottom, I put a bunch of dancers, all the people that started the whole place out here.
What I created was a rock face, and the images that are incised on that rock face are petroglyph-like in that they're carved into that rock face. They're carved in as circles, so they also imitate beadwork, which is also a common denominator amongst different nations. So many different nations use beadwork, including my own nation. Even though we're coastal, we use beadwork as well. And so I thought that would be a good medium to kind of recognize. So it looks like beadwork, and it shows different images that are derived from different histories. I talked to different elders, and they talked about different subjects and approved what could be on this rock face that would be representative. So that's what the work is about. And the work faces the river and looks across to where the city of Edmonton is the downtown core.
So that's the last thing I wanted to share with you folks. That comes from, again, the city of Edmonton, and is just a great example of how you can incorporate culture and language, and through proper engagement, come up with something very creative that speaks to many people. So again, it's been an honor to come and chat with you. And yeah, I wish you all the best.
Language. Thank you so much, Jessica. Deeply appreciate you sharing. There is one question in the chat. If you have time or energy, I deeply appreciate already the effort that you've gone through.
For sure. Just let me open the chat here. Yeah. So could you offer further insight into why the Indian Act has persisted within the Canadian systems of power as unjust as it is? I hear about backlash against it often, deservedly so. However, it seems that it's set in stone. I'm wanting to know why it has not been significantly altered within the past century. That's a very good question. You know, I've been in a lot of thought circles where we talk about this and what we can do. A couple of things that usually percolate up when we have these conversations. And again, my background is in political science or anything like that. So this is just my thoughts and opinions. Part of it is that you need a political leader that will push this through, right? So, and it is something that lasts longer than an election cycle. So this will take more than 4 years, right? So election cycle is 4 years, of which 18 months or more things are frozen as an impending election comes. So really you have 2 years to do a bunch of work. So if you get policy writers, people to envision something, and that's something that's well consulted, you need the political leader to push this through. So it is something that won't be, at this point in time, Canadians would not vote for something like this because it's not as important to them as many other things, right? And Indigenous population isn't large enough to get that through the votes that are needed to get it through the systems that we have, through the readings that it has to sit with in legislation and Senate and things like that. even though we have models from around the world, it would require the right political party to help push that through, and a political party that lasts longer than a single political cycle. So really, that's what's holding it back. There has been so many forums, like there's so many papers, there's so many ideas of what this could look like and what a transition between the Indian Act to something progressive could look like. So there's lots of research that has been done and exists, but it just needs the right political party. So it moves from, theoretical, but it needs the backing.
Yeah. Thank you. May I share your podcast?
Yes, of course, please. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you. All right, everybody. It is lunchtime. Join me in thanking Jessica, and we will see you at 12:30.
As you can see, Dave is not only a colleague, but a dear friend. And I lovingly tease him that you are now going to learn more about Windows than you ever believed was possible. But it's fantastic information. And I'll let you get started.
Okay, thanks, Bettina. Good afternoon, everyone. Bettina, are you going to introduce or shall I self-introduce?
Entirely up to you.
I am easy. Either way. Why don't I just self-introduce? My name's Dave Petersen. I'm an enclosure consultant. I've been working in the built environment for going on 34 years this year. Again, primary focus on high performance, low energy, low carbon buildings, both residential part 9 as well as commercial part 3, as well as I do a lot of existing building work in part 11 specific to heritage. So I've got a pretty broad base of experiences both in the Canadian as well as the North American as well as the Caribbean markets. I've done some work in Europe as well. So I'm going to share with you today sort of my ideas and how I would sort of define high performance fenestration and what we typically look at as multi-unit res buildings. And we're talking here mid-rise to sort of tall buildings, this building stock that especially the city of Toronto has become known for throughout North America in terms of densification and some of the opportunities and challenges that we see with this specific range of products that can create challenges, but also provide lots of solutions and connections to the built environment. So I will jump into this and walk you through sort of a Windows 101, let's say. So a bit of an agenda here. We're just going to really look at sort of fenestration in multi-unit res buildings. This is, again, quite specific, and this will be sort of specific to what we're doing in our market. There are some changes. I'll sort of paint that picture when we talk a bit later about sort of better than code standards and how things might be evolving in terms of building designs and how window and door systems, which really is what fenestration is, connect to these changes and how we might evolve with the market architecturally. We're going to talk about some of the changes in code that allow us to use high performance or higher performance windows and doors in these typical mid to tall buildings in this marketplace. Okay, back to the overview. So we're going to look at, again, fenestration in multi-unit res buildings. Some key changes that have occurred within the last sort of 3 to 4 years in this markets that allow us to use higher performing Windows systems. And we'll talk a bit about sort of the usual suspects versus sort of next gen products that fit these requirements. We will talk about better than code standards that are really informing sort of where the industry is pushing in terms of U values or heat gain coefficients and different sort of solutions to meet the requirements of high performance, low energy buildings and low carbon buildings as well. And if there's time, I do have a case history on a high performance transitional project that wasn't done in the GTA. It was an outlying project in the city of Cornwall that is pretty typical of what we're seeing in terms of mid-rise multi-unit res buildings and kind of how we might be detailing them differently than sort of the usual. So if there's any questions or discussion at the end of this, we can certainly do that as well. So let's start with sort of the balance between fenestration and opaque enclosure systems. And the enclosure is a heavy lifter in terms of not just the thermal performance of the building system, but also the durability and the resilience of buildings. And so these are becoming more and more important in a changing climate. And things like the TGS standards do look at resilience of buildings. What happens if the power goes out, if we have challenges there, maintaining the function of our mechanical systems? Will these buildings allow the occupants to basically connect to their environment, winter or summer, and shelter in place? Or does it require them to leave almost immediately because it gets too hot in the summer, too cold in the winter to sustain? So these are all challenges that we have to look forward to. And buildings can respond to these as well. And really, we have to think about them as part of this holistic sort of review of design features. It's not just as simple as specifying frames, glass, installation details anymore for fenestration. The connection here in my graphic is really showcasing the importance of windows. And the importance of windows connects at multiple levels. But if we're focusing specifically on building energy performance, again, these are the weak links in the building enclosure. They tend to also be the most expensive components when we look at sort of multi-unit res buildings. And they tend to have shorter life cycles than many other enclosure materials. So we have a real sort of challenge here, balancing these things from a life cycle perspective and first cost, certainly from an energy perspective. And that means we tend to lose energy through them in the winter months or have excessive energy gains in the summer months that create challenges for the building and for the mechanical system design. The balance between the amount of vision glazing and opaque is called the window to wall ratio. And it's a great starting point from a designer's perspective to really balance this. We're in climate zones 5 or 6 in Southern Ontario based on where we are proximate to the lake. And this is a heating biased climate. So we have to take a look at sort of the attributes, the challenges that we have with climate, changing climate as we move forward as well, with a reduction in heating degree days and an increase in cooling degree days, and sort of define again the balance. And that balance impacts not just sort of the energy performance of the building, but the aesthetic of the architecture, the connection to the people, the humans in that space, connectivity to outdoors, to views, to daylighting. So we're going to cover a bunch of these components today in this discussion, but really sort of defining in our climate zone what a balance might be for high performance buildings regarding the amount of vision gloss to opaque. Looks like this. And this chart's been around for quite some time. It was put out by the building science folks, John Straub specifically, who again looked at sort of the various performance parameters. And in terms of window systems, we look at U values, which is the inverse of R. And these are tested assemblies and composites. So very often, again, a poor window system plugged into a high performance wall degrades the wall performance. And we'll talk about that in a second. It's a bit challenging to sort of get your head around that. But this balance, again, of not just how many windows, but the type of windows, the placement of windows really does impact not just the energy performance of a building, but certainly also its durability. And durability, generally speaking, when we talk to fenestration, is condensation resistance, because these are the weak links thermally in the enclosure. And then the resilience, again, has to do with both winter and summer challenges that we have with heat loss through fenestration and heat gain as well. So we do find sort of a sweet spot that we see in our climate zone between 20 and 40%. Again, this is a rule of thumb. This is something that we might start with. And again, using tools like modeling protocols will help us to understand sort of the real impact of not just where we place windows or how many windows we sort of connect to, but both of those things, the orientation, the amount of glazing, and how the building sort of connects to that. Does the building self-shade that glazing in the summer months? Does it allow low-angle winter sun in? Do we have shading devices connected to it? So there's really sort of a mix here that we might look to. But starting off, and as an example here on the photo on the upper right, is pretty typical of what we would see in a high-performance multi-unit res building. Again, multiple stories, punched window openings, or a combination of punched openings and window wall. I'm going to explain that in a second, what those systems refer to. And again, balancing this sort of in terms of where we have the exposure and the overall window to wall ratio can really sort of inform high performance buildings. Now, high performance buildings take the form in many different form and shape. As an example, so again, this might be a typical multi-unit res building, could be a rental building or a condo. The building below is a really interesting example of where we get into more complex geometries and connections. So this is an existing heritage building. You can see sort of the brownstone 3-story walk-ups here that have been converted and connected to a very high performance curtain wall facade. In this case, this curtain wall facade has curved glazing in it. It's a very different aesthetic, one versus the other, but it's a combination where we've maintained the heritage connection at Part 11 building and built a new Part 3 component to that. and it creates really compelling architecture. Certainly a challenge because both of these building systems perform very differently. And there's a balance again between aesthetics and performance that have to be met. So, this is the more complex side of the equation here. We're starting to see sort of formulas or a formulaic approach. We may run into these right next door to one another as we densify our cities and sort of build out our spaces. So create some challenges for sure. What I'm saying here is really one size does not fit all. We're going to start a bit with the building science of this because this has progressed substantially to the point where we now sort of really understand the implications of the materials we're using and the combinations of materials, and especially in a cold climate where we see, again, energy loss through facades. These are typically, again, connecting to energy loss through the roof, the wall, fenestration, foundation, or slab itself. And so these things we really want to sort of quantify in terms of looking at how we might look at high performance buildings. We typically focus on reducing energy demand from the passive side of the equation, the enclosure. We then right size and focus our mechanical equipment in terms of its sizing, its distribution of energy, and then also looking at scavenging waste energy. And then the last thing we might look at is renewables on high performance buildings. But it's kind of that inverted triangle or pyramid that's typical of high performance sort of design intent or holistic design. The passive systems start off. So the challenge here is very often we take a look at the insulation we're putting on, and more insulation is better. And that's not necessarily true. And we have to look at or define differences between nominal insulation, kind of the insulation that's printed on the bag of the bats themselves, or per inch on a continuous insulation foam board, to what's called clear field. Clear field is sort of the wall itself, and then whole wall transmittance looks at key linear transmission points that further derate those assemblies. Things like window perimeters are substantial, especially on mid-rise and tall buildings where we might have kilometers of these in terms of the aggregate on a building system, where if we misalign the window system with the thermal plane of the wall, we actually create what are called flanking losses, paths of lower resistance where energy flows from warm to cold and reduces that input. Now, the window system, as I mentioned earlier, is a tested composite. It stays as per its test results. The wall system takes the hit, and very often we're seeing high performance walls that might have clear field values 20, 25, 29 that are substantially derated from there when we look at things like parapet losses, slab edges, window perimeters, and other components that create a short circuit for that energy to flow more readily. And so some of these facades today, when we look at it through this lens, might be performing in an R6 to R8, which is poor, especially considering we're a heating-based climate. So when we, again, look at different tools to determine where we lose energy, this is, again, fairly typical. If we have a 20-degree difference in temperature, we can use infrared thermography to get a sense of where this energy is flowing. We could look at heat flow through thermal bridges. We can also look at air loss through this using these tools. But generally speaking, we see fenestration. You can kind of see the brighter colors here connected with the patio doors and the windows equated to where energy is flowing more readily versus, the center of the wall, which is quite a bit darker, which really is sort of closer to that outside temperature. These readily show up where we have challenges. And very often, again, we can use this as a tool, not just with existing buildings to potentially reduce challenges, but with new builds to, again, ensure that the detailing we've created and the way we've built these is actually consistent with the intent. Let's talk a bit about the products themselves and sort of how they're applied. And again, I'm going to spend a lot of time focusing on the GTA market, which has been a very robust market in terms of multi-unit residential buildings for many years. Really a leader in North America in terms of the number of units built, and that's creating its own challenges. I'm not going to speak to that. I'm going to just speak to how we specifically in Southern Ontario look at this building stock when it comes to adding windows and doors to it. And so what we would typically see, and this is something that we've been doing for really decades at this point, is working with trades to skin the building. And skinning that building, again, very often connects to aluminum fenestration, so extruded aluminum systems, designs that house fixed glazing and operating windows, and door systems to skin a building completely. So basically cover the facade to connect to the vision glazing, which we talked about initially in that window to wall ratio. That's the vision glass, the stuff we see through. And then to cover the other components, the structural components of the building system, columns, slab edges, we have spandrel glazing. And really that's the same framing system that uses then opaque elements, either insulated pans, I'll show you those in a second, with metal exterior panels or glazing on the outside to sort of look like glass or create the look of a continuous facade. That create its own challenges. And to help sort of define that, we can look at how we might test these units in typical what we call winter nighttime test conditions. And this is an NFRC, a National Fenestration Rating Council standard that we can compare components to. And it looks at sort of a -18°C exterior temperature, which might be typical in the winter months, 21°C inside with some wind blowing against the assembly to sort of simulate what we would see typically. And when we run these models, this is a therm model specifically looking at these test conditions, we see that the window system itself, although it's a unitized composite where we area weight center of glass, edge of glass, and frame U values into a single assembly, we do see a differentiation in terms of how energy flows through these. The center of glass is the warmest component of the window system. The sight line is the coolest, sort of where my cursor is right here, where the glass meets the frame. And then our frame components are slightly warmer than that. So we lose energy through this differentially. Center of glass, again, most of our insulation is there. We lose it less readily, but certainly through this interface we do. And so as we might see temperatures here in these conditions for this assembly at 9°C, which is substantially cold, potentially below the dew point in that space, depending on where we have our humidity levels managed to. When we look at the really cold part of the window system, hovering here just above freezing, we have substantial issues here with, again, challenges of durability, condensation specifically, and certainly thermal comfort, because as we stand in front of these colder emitting surfaces, we lose energy to them. So that's one way we feel discomfort when we have a large glazed area, as you kind of see in a typical suite. We also have what's called downdraft or convective discomfort. And as air connects to a colder surface, it becomes less buoyant, it tends to drop and create convective loops. And so this is how we feel uncomfortable in front of these window systems. Conversely, in the summer months, because of the size of this vision panel and based on orientation, we may have excessive heat gains that create discomfort from that perspective. So the system itself is very efficient to skin a building with a single trade. If done correctly, it can manage water or tightness effectively. Thermally, it's not very effective. And the challenge, again, is it doesn't take into account very often the challenges that we have as occupants in these spaces where we have, let's say, one of our facades in a condo suite, or potentially two that are highly glazed. Maybe we have to move our living spaces in from those because they become uncomfortable. So certainly challenges that we have to sort of get over. The other component that we might see here, and just to step back here, so window wall, again, is sort of defined that it connects from a slab to a slab, basically, and it connects sort of to the floor, to the ceiling. It sits inboard of the assembly. There are fire stop components here. This is where the spandrel or the opaque areas of this component are, kind of where my cursor is. And it connects to the unit below with an expansion joint. Again, so this system can move differentially with temperature, with design pressure of the wind exposure. And so it's designed to work very well and very efficiently from that perspective on tall buildings where we have sort of spans of this linked together. We might also see curtain wall. Now, curtain walls has some similarities with window wall in terms of maybe the base material of the system. The glazing is typically different, or how it's glazed. It spans outside of the structure and connects to the structure through clips at each floor plate. And you can kind of see that photo here with the system. Basically, these clips allow the entire assembly, again, to move because as we have temperature differences and wind load, the system needs to be able to move with this. Aluminum, again, has a different coefficient of expansion and contraction than the concrete it's connected to. So these systems then span outside of that. Very often, again, they're designed for extreme applications. You can see the difference in the tube depths between window wall and curtain wall very often allow it to withstand larger glazing areas, fewer or mullions spaced further apart, and maintain those design pressures that we might see on tall buildings, or in combinations where we might have 1 or 2 story glazing connected with entry systems. That's typically where we see these products applied. Similar challenges with them. Again, aluminum is a very effective material in terms of how we manufacture with it. We can do very complex geometries as we run this material through dies to size it and create sort of these systems. It's very efficient at moving energy as well. And so we have to de-bridge the system. De-bridging that looks like, again, slowing that flow of energy from warm to cold. And often, again, the de-bridging of both window wall and curtain wall system really sort of defines its thermal performance and also its condensation resistance. Glazing design is a portion of this, and we'll talk about that in a second, but the weak link in any of these elements that we're talking about today are going to be the frame. That doesn't matter if it's a Passive House certified window or the worst performing product that SB10 allows us to apply today. We're going to see most of that energy flow through these smaller areas. And so working with them effectively to decrease that energy flow, to increase condensation resistance, provides us with an overall better combination that's not just more energy efficient, but certainly more comfortable as well for the occupants in the space. Now, the thermal breaks in these materials typically are, again, non-metal. We don't want to put more metal into metal because, again, it exacerbates that energy flow. Here we're starting to see things like composites being used, both thermoset and thermoplastic materials. In this case, you can kind of see this circled component here. This is a pressure plate that puts the glass or sandwiches the glass into the frame. This allows us, again, to reduce that amount of energy flow through this. This is a composite material, in this case, pultruded fiberglass. We might use PVC or polyamide as well here, different types of thermoplastic materials that, again, have structural capacity, but are designed to reduce the amount of energy flow. And if they're done in the correct sequencing and the proper placement, they can reduce that energy flow fairly substantially and increase those sightline temperatures. As an example here, just this one component can increase the temperature here by up to 5 degrees centigrade. That can make a big difference. That can mean the difference between being below the dew point or above the dew point in this case. And so really impact not just sort of the thermal performance of the window system, but the durability of that in terms of where we might see liquid water formation in the form of condensation. These improvements, again, are going to be incremental as we get to better and better systems. And I'll showcase kind of how the industry has moved forward, although generally speaking, these systems have been around for quite some time and have not evolved substantially. They've always been sort of tasked with managing bulk water and then handling the what we call the design pressure. So these aren't structural elements of the building system, but they have to resist the wind pressure that's pushing them into the building. And on the downwind side of the building, the leeward side of the building, we have that same wind trying to pull them out of the building. That's what they're designed to sort of deal with in terms of the structural design or the design pressure capacities. We now have, as performance continues to push us, and code does continue to push us towards lower and lower U values. A low U value is good. It's the same as a high R value. It's the inverse of R. So low U values in windows we look to because we conserve energy through that approach. The challenge is, again, we have to still think about constructability, certainly first cost, understanding that these are expensive components are all sort of interrelated to this discussion. And we are starting to see trends specifically in North America. This is not a European trend, but in North America, we are starting to see some very tall multi-unit res buildings above 50 stories, where we have very different requirements in terms of that design pressure I just mentioned, as well as the amount of water exposure at height with wind that these systems have to deal with. And we're starting to see a hybridization of that window wall, that floor-to-floor aluminum window system connecting to the structural capacity of the curtain wall system, which again allows us to work with higher design pressures. And design pressures, higher design pressures, we would be looking at sort of pounds per square foot, 60 to 70, maybe higher than that on these tall buildings that are substantially more difficult to work with in terms of, again, a building that might be 16, 17 stories versus a building at 50 stories. Here's some section details of the hybridization of these products and how they look. Now, they have tube sets, sort of this structural component of the window system that look very similar to a curtain wall. They have the same constructability and sort of floor-to-floor connection that the window wall has. But the strength of these systems, the depth of the tube set, again, resists that design pressure, the wind load, and allows us to work with taller buildings, although we install them in a very similar fashion, floor by floor, as we would a window wall system. We have our vision glass components. We have our operating windows that plug and play into that structural system, and again, have to meet those requirements in terms of what we call water test pressure as well as design pressure. And then we have the opaque elements of the building system that are designed to cover columns, the floor slabs themselves. We might have louvers connected to this to connect to mechanical systems for both exhaust and intake, for how we heat and cool these spaces. So this structural system has a lot to do with a lot of different components. And typically where we're seeing, again, these challenges are not just in the vision glazing area. We'll talk a bit about performance in a second and sort of what is typical of average performance versus high performance. But these opaque elements here, very often, again, we can put insulation into them. We can cover them with a metal panel or with an opaque piece of glass. The challenge is because very often that insulation is housed in a metal backpan that's continuous. That backpan short circuits the insulation. As an example, we might look at 4 inches of, let's say, semi-rigid mineral wool in this backpan, which has a nominal insulation value of R16, which is pretty decent. When we look at the effective value of that, looking at, again, how energy wants to flow most readily through the path of least resistance, we have to derate that insulation down to an R4. So this is the reality of skinning a building with a system like this. You can't just keep adding more insulation, because the challenge is, again, what that does is it exacerbates these thermal bridges in the system and just short circuits them, creates more energy flow through those. Very often, the other challenge that it does is it doesn't make this area colder. It actually makes your frame colder where it connects to the vision glass. And I'd mentioned earlier the challenges, again, with condensation are substantial, but then also these thermal challenges that we have standing in front of these window wall systems. It makes that worse. So we're getting worse, not better. Now, the system here, especially where it sort of meets the slab edge, and based on its structural capacity, is getting deeper. So we have more room to put more insulation. Again, more insulation isn't always better. We, again, have to look at discretely how that connects, and we have to look at the thermal bridges through that system and ensure that we can minimize them and reduce them. So the hybrid aluminum window wall is certainly a way that taller buildings are handling their structural capacity. We still have to think more acutely on the thermal capacity of these systems. And so there has been a movement in the Canadian market specifically, looking at what we would call non-metal window wall and curtain wall systems. And we now have one company doing window wall, a company from the west coast of Canada, who created this system, started it back in 2008, is starting to really sort of introduce this now into high performance residential buildings. And we have 2 companies that have a composite, in this case, a pultruded fiberglass curtain wall system, with a 3rd company who's still testing product. So we are starting to see, again, Canadian companies looking at colder climates, challenges with multi-unit res buildings with, these novel solutions. Now, what we're talking about here is a thermoset composite. So this is no different than composites that we might see in aerospace, that we might see in transportation or the marine environment. We've used these for quite some time, for decades. This is a fairly new thing in terms of the built environment. Although with fenestration in Southern Ontario, we've had companies that have been leading this charge for 3 decades. So we do have sort of the prowess here, I would suggest, in terms of the technology, specifically regarding fenestration. So we have several window companies now in Canada using fiberglass as the basis for their system design. We have several in the US as well. And this company has, again, worked closely in terms of codes and standards looking at flammability. These are flammable products. And again, they have limited use in buildings of non-combustible construction, but they've come up with a system through testing, which was carried out by Enerken starting in 2014, to define how safe they are in buildings, or do they add combustible materials to a building as it's burning, or is there a combination that sort of makes sense from a life safety perspective? And through several years of testing, full assemblies, and we have a sort of a test methodology and standard called CAN-ULCS 134 that looks at how buildings burn. And we have to then physically test 2.5-story composites to actually confirm these theories. They've come up with a new code which allows us to use these components in larger areas than we used to be able to. We used to be constrained to certain maximum window to wall ratios with vertical separation of these components of at least 1 meter. We've now been able to go basically full height, the way we see a typical window wall being applied. We still require non-combustible materials at the bypass or at the slab edge specifically. And you can see here this system is hybridized. Again, hybrid is going to be used a lot in this discussion today because this is the evolution of fenestration in this market, where we're combining pultruded fiberglass. Again, structurally, great capacity. We can engineer these components for design pressure. We can manage water. Thermally very efficient, especially when we add foam insulation to these. We can add aluminum to the outside of this, again, from a combustibility component, where we can actually cover this slab edge with a non-combustible building component that meets the requirements of the new 2020 NBC requirements in terms of window frame combustibility. And this is, again, substantially higher in performance using insulating glass versus triple glazing. And I'll explain that in a second, how we might sort of look at cost comparisons and performance comparisons. The curtain wall systems, although, again, similar in terms of their composite matrix, do still require the SS134 testing because they span outside of this. And even with fire stop materials, they don't allow us to sort of apply this as per the new 2020 NBC. So these have to be tested. And they're more expensive based on that testing, which can take upwards of a year and cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So again, in terms of keeping us safe, keeping us low energy, these are things that sometimes sort of don't always work in lockstep. The other component we're starting to see more of in a trend specifically regarding high performance buildings are that we're moving away from, again, larger window to wall ratios, and we're moving into punched openings. And punch openings are just another way of saying, listen, these are just basically residential style openings in commercial buildings where we're not applying a single trade to skin the building, but we're actually having more opaque wall. And these windows then connect to that. And it creates a very different set of detailing. Usually more trades involved in these openings than the single trade involved in a window wall or curtain wall application to dry in a building. More complexity, certainly in terms of how we might manage the key control layers, air, vapor, thermal control, and bulk water control. And so this is sort of really where we're starting to see this. And very often, if we're looking at very high performance or sort of bleeding edge performance, things like passive house, again, we're seeing, again, punched openings, high performance fenestration. And again, the connection to not just sort of managing these control layers, the air tightness one being very specifically connected to passive house, but looking at, again, durability, condensation resistance, and all these other factors, because we can still have challenges with these buildings as we increase insulation. Better windows doesn't necessarily mean they perform better. We have to be very careful of how we connect these components, how we water manage them, how we air manage them, and how we can maintain them as well. So the installation related components, once we've sort of looked at optimizing our window and door systems, in my opinion, are about 50% of this equation. There are many sort of details here that if we look at 10, 15 years ago, we would gloss over most of them and just suggest that water management is key here. As long as they don't leak, we've done a good job. Water management is still key, but we're really understanding, again, the impact of window systems in terms of their placement, in terms of their connection to airtight building strategies, looking at water management, not just primary water management, but secondary drainage planes that we might connect with. Let's say if face seal systems wear out or are improperly applied, we want to make sure that we can deal with bulk water efficiently. And what we're finding, again, is typically in the past for water management specifically, we like to push windows outboard. In cold climates, that creates its own series of challenges in terms of how we might see thermal bridges being formed, or this thermal flanking I mentioned earlier, this sort of energy loss around the window system. It also potentially makes these windows substantially colder as we push them out into the airstream. And that challenges us with condensation resistance again. So looking at sort of how Passive House does this versus a more traditional North American typology, you'll see a lot of differences. You'll see placement differences, again, looking at sort of the psi value of the combination, not just the window, not just the wall, but the combination of those in terms of where they're placed to optimize this in terms of where the window is most efficient. It also helps us decrease condensation challenges. But that sometimes means that, again, we're insulating the exterior, we're returning insulation in. We might have to return facade materials into these windows because they're moving inboard. And we still have to manage water effectively. We still have to kick that out efficiently. And we have to support the windows. Very often these windows now are cantilevered out outside of the structure of the building system itself. And in extreme cases, we might see that window suspended over, let's say, 6 inches of mineral wool, or semi-rigid mineral wool, I should say. So supporting that, again, with what we call buck frames is sort of an industry best practice. These often are done in wood. Again, wood has durability concerns in some cases, fire concerns in buildings of non-combustible construction. We are starting to see, again, or move away from metal support angles because we understand, again, they short circuit the work we're doing with high performance insulation. Getting into composites here, again, we're starting to see these being applied more readily, pultruded fiberglass shelf angles. And they're really starting to create sort of the perfect storm of understanding sort of these details alongside a high performance window system and making sure we get the biggest bang for our buck as we apply them to these buildings. The glazing is still really important. I tend to focus on this later once we've sort of optimized the other weaker links. In this case, glazing really sort of takes on a couple of different approaches. Historically, we've looked at low E coatings or passive systems in glazing. These have been around in the North American market since the late 70s. These are basically metal oxides that are layered very thinly onto the glass, like the silvering of a mirror. And they're designed, again, to work within a very specific spectrum of transmittance. It's kind of the chart that I have shown here. On the far left of that, a very narrow band, but a very high power band of light energy is ultraviolet. These coatings tend to reduce the amount of ultraviolet coming through, which can help us with things like fading and improve our resistance to fading. They certainly connect to the visible light that the human sees. And that's a very important connection that we have. We don't want to reduce or diminish that from a biophilic connection. Indoor-outdoor connectivity, our circadian rhythms connect to this. So these are really important things to look at. We don't want to diminish visible light. Within the spectrum that we're talking about 53% is infrared. And so this is where we look at heat specifically. We have sort of this split into two segments. We have near infrared and far infrared, or we can simply say the solar heat gain, the amount of solar energy coming through this, being allowed through the composite to potentially reduce our heating costs in the winter months, but also potentially also excessive gains can increase our cooling loads. So we have to balance that very carefully. And the emissivity basically is saying that the ability for this product to, in terms of how we lose energy through fenestration, conduction, convection, radiation. Radiation through glazing is sort of a primary element where we see energy flowing from warm to cold. These coatings generally are low in emissivity, which means they reflect that energy back into the space and conserve the energy we're putting into our buildings in the winter months. And low emissivity glazing, up to 90% of that energy is redirected back into that space based on the glazing stack, the coating designs, and the application. So very effective. This does the same thing year in, year out. These are, again, passive systems. So again, understanding, and we can sort of fine tune the amount of solar gain based on where we place these coatings, how many layers of coatings we're placing on the glass. We can have, clear glass as an example. Here is the brown line on top. Very high solar heat gain coefficient, about 80% of that energy comes through the glass. Conversely, again, we're losing lots of energy through this because we're not impeding that radiant loss through this. Now, as we add low E coatings, we can have 70% of that energy coming in. Again, high solar gain products are very effective at passive heating in the winter months. Now, in the summer months, we have to protect those openings because we don't want that sun to overheat us. The glass allows it in. Mid solar gain products are a balance between the two. And low solar gain is something we're really starting to look at now with climate change and the increase in cooling degree days, and that they can reduce the amount of heat gain. They can reject up to 80% of that excessive gain before it creates a challenge that a mechanical system has to deal with. So we can fine tune, again, a passive coating stack. We can even fine tune it by orientation to balance both comfort, energy performance, and certainly the resilience of a building if we don't have power these systems can actually help us shelter in place and sort of provide us with some approaches there. We talked about convective losses. That's something we typically don't see very much in window systems other than in glazing, this convective looping between the warm piece of glass, typically in the winter, that's the inboard light, and the cold piece robs us of energy through convective looping. Here we're using things like inert gases, denser than air gases like argon, krypton, or xenon to further enhance the insulative properties of the glazing system itself. We have to make sure that our glazing design and manufacturing techniques keep that gas in place. If it dissipates, we're not getting the benefits, although we've paid for them. The other component here, we talked about high performance frames, and the amount of framing you find in a typical building can be substantial. The other component within the window system itself, not just its frame, is this separation of glazing lights in terms of insulating glass or triples. This is called a spacer. So it's a frame for the glass itself to separate this out to create an airspace that we can then fill with inert gas. The spacer itself, though, is a weak link, generally speaking. It's always, or it has been in the past, metallic. Today it still is. Very often we talk about warm edge spacer technology. We look at things like stainless steel that has a much lower conductivity versus galvanized steel or aluminum. And that sort of reduces the amount of energy flow in terms of that conductive loss and actually creates a warmer inboard segment that helps us with condensation too. There are, and we've been playing with this for decades in this industry, there are non-metallic spacer systems that are very efficient thermally. We have to balance the thermal efficiency of these systems with the longevity, because this is, again, a life cycle component of the window system that typically should last 20 or 25 years. But if it doesn't, there's a cost and a challenge in terms of replacement here. So we look at sort of longevity, life cycle, performance, condensation resistance, all of these things connect. And we do have a new crop of what are called thermoplastic systems that are very effective in terms of maintaining the gas we put into that space, very efficient in terms of, again, their thermal capacity to resist energy flow. And just as importantly, they're very good in terms of the life cycle expectation for the glazing itself. So there are some really neat technologies moving forward, and we can specify those, and again, companies warrant them. So we are getting into some interesting stuff there. The next gen really for these passive systems, and we talked about low emissivity coatings, these metal oxides, are what we would consider active glazing systems. And they kind of flow into a couple of categories. Electrochromic glazing or photochromic glazing would be considered active. Photochromic, again, the heat of the sun changes the state of the glazing in terms of its visible light transmission and its solar heat gain coefficients. And that allows it to sort of self-tint in this case. Or we have active systems where we apply a charge to a ceramic coating stack. And as we sort of excite lithium ions, we transfer that energy from layer to layer, and we decrease the amount of visible light and the solar gain component of the glazing in steps. First generation products had 4 steps. Second generation products had many more phases of change, state changes. They did them very quickly. The old gen product, the first gen products took 7 to 15 minutes based on glazing size to change, to switch state. It's very slow. Newer products, a bit more energy goes into the system, but they change instantaneously. Both those first and second gen products, which have been around now for about 10 or 12 years in this market, weren't really effective in terms of their darkest tint states at creating room darkening. The third gen products, sort of what I'm showing here, are now finally getting to the point where we can start removing things like interior blinds for both privacy as well as room darkening for sleeping. So these are things that are getting really interesting now, and that this product, again, can automatically tint based on exposure levels. We can have sensor systems and sun path analysis software that connect to these. The great thing about these is they can be overridden by us as occupants in that space through app-based technology. So through our smartphones, we can actually then say, well, today we actually want room darkening. We're watching a movie mid-afternoon. We have a meeting in this space, and we have a glare challenge. We're going to override where we are currently to make sure that we create comfort, inherent comfort in that space for the time that we're using it. So some really neat technology that in my opinion, really sort of is where this is going. And I think probably in the next 20 or 30 years, this will become the standard in lieu of sort of the clear low E products or the passive low E, low emissivity glazing systems we're talking about. We are starting to really get a better sense of the impact of our built environment. And literally, this is an impact sort of related slide where we talk about wildlife. As we densify our cities, and again, the approach for taller buildings that impact wildlife in terms of especially bird populations and their migratory patterns, create some real challenges. And if you talk to certain groups within North America, there's a substantial amount of bird deaths every year that are caused by buildings. It's not ultra tall buildings or residential style buildings. It tends to be mid-rise buildings. And this has a lot to do with sort of the height and the flight paths of most of these migratory species. There's a bit of a chart here showing sort of some of the usual suspects and at what heights they typically fly. And the challenge with glazing, even high performance glazing, is that it tends to reflect the environment that it's in. So as you can see from this photo here, we have sort of a tree outside of this building. It's reflected in this glazing, and as birds see this, they feel they can fly through this and move onto or through their environment. And of course, as they connect with the piece of glass, that's something that becomes difficult at best. So better than code standards, things like TGS, and many other standards now throughout North America are focusing again on, let's make sure that we can sort of reduce the amount of bird building collisions by making sure that birds can see that this is not an environment I can fly through. Typically what that looks like is a type of frit or a pattern, typically fairly dense, that birds can see and understand they can't fly through. And density is important because a bird can fly through a 4-inch square gap. Hence, these sort of dots at 2 inches create a pattern that birds now sense they can't fly through. And this is the approach that we've taken. Now, this adds cost and complexity because it impacts the way we coat our glazing systems. These typically are what are called side one coatings. They're designed, again, to be most sort of apparent to the birds. They're the outboard piece of glass that we can see, that we can touch from the outside. Birds can see them more readily. There are other technologies, European technologies specifically, that use, because birds see within or into the ultraviolet spectrum. Humans don't, birds do. There are coatings that we can put on the glass that we don't see. Basically, they look like clear insulating glass units or standard clear low E units. The birds see this sort of intermeshed or interlaced, these angles. They are more expensive, of course, than fritted dots. But again, if you've been in the city of Toronto for any appreciable time, you've seen any new building going up, even existing buildings with large retrofits of glazing very often are required to have this 5mm frit dot at 2-inch intervals, and typically again up to 16 meters in height above grade or above a terrace or deck. So challenging in terms of first cost. These are expensive items and they add a lot of cost, in most cases anywhere from 10 to 15% to your system design. They are aesthetically challenging. I'll throw that out there. But they're a requirement. We're going to see more of this, not less of it, in my opinion. The other component here I'm going to spend a couple minutes on again is the connection to not just control of our spaces. And I think this is a positive thing in terms of passive ventilation, being able to open and close windows and doors. In shoulder season specifically, when it makes sense to do so, we can actually not rely on mechanical systems to condition our space. We can actually rely on passive ventilation strategies. Looks great on paper, very challenging often again because it does compete with the automated building or the mechanical systems within buildings. It also is challenging in that in the environments where we're building these buildings, they are noisy environments. So as we open a window or door, it's not always going to add to our IEQ. It may detract from that. We have control now of some fresh air, but we bring in unwanted noise with that. So it's sometimes a double-edged sword. The other component when we're opening and closing windows, especially in mid-rise and tall buildings, are that we certainly don't want to fall out of them. So there's a life safety component here that requires us, again, based on placement. And window and door systems really almost take on or do require or are required to meet load-on guards that balcony railings would, because again, this is something that separates us from a nasty fall, and we certainly don't want to have that happening to anybody, young children, older adults, people that trip and fall into these assemblies need to be protected. Tempered glazing often handles this at sort of the picket load level or below this guardrail height at 1070. Above that, we might be able to de-restrict operating windows, again, to give us better ventilation. But again, the challenge is, can we open windows? Is that an effective way of creating control in an environment that might not allow us to do that from a noise perspective? We do have things like sound attenuated trickle vents, again, learning from the Europeans who have been doing this for a very long time. Can we let some air in with baffling or through a baffled approach that sound stays out, but air gets in? And these are very effective, and we are seeing North American companies now offering this, especially in densified environments. The other connection is daylighting. Daylighting, again, makes a lot of sense to me. Bringing in too much light creates glare. That's certainly something we don't want to do. But again, there's solutions here in terms of the coating stacks we've talked about. Blinds between the glass are a really effective approach at redirecting that light, driving it deeper into the floor plate. There's all kinds of positive things there. And reducing lighting power densities and having things censored at the perimeter where we have lots of glazing can really impact our energy performance of the building system. It's not just the better light that we like from a circadian perspective, but also it can save energy. So again, lighting power densities in typical buildings, even high performance lighting, is usually top 5 in terms of energy use and energy cost in most of these buildings. And so if we can reduce that with passive daylighting strategies, I think, again, we're on the right track. We talked a bit about step codes again. So building code, in this case, OBC for Ontario, is driving this in terms of sort of where we have to be in terms of maximum U values and solar heat gain coefficients based on the type of window system, the climate zone we're in, specifically in this province. Step codes are pushing us even further. We see this sort of with the incept of step codes in BC many years ago. The Toronto Green Standard, again, pushing us towards sort of passive house performance by 2028. Ottawa's high performance development standard has sort of been curtailed. We do expect to hopefully see this go into effect next year in 2026. And municipalities such as the Peel region are starting to look at these as well in terms of buildings in their patches that are going to be then promoted as better than code buildings with incentives connected to development so that we can build better buildings and set examples. TGS, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. You've probably already spent some time with this, but again, we're marching rapidly towards high performance. And high performance really here is looking at windows performing at passive house levels of performance by 2028, which is a bit of a catch up for the industry, a bit of a challenge certainly to allow catch up and not just the manufacturers, but the trades who have to install them differently to sort of meet these new requirements. Bettina, where am I time-wise? Just give me a quick check here, please.
Sorry, 123 now, and you go to 130.
Okay, so I'm just going to spend a bit of time in terms of where we might be looking to, again, balance key components and why we might be looking at, instead of life cycle carbon, which is something we do look at through things like the TGS standard, looking at embodied carbon when it comes to fenestration. Our grid in Ontario is quite clean. It's low carbon. We've reduced or removed the coal component. We do peak with natural gas, but we have a lot of nuke involved in this. And so we're considered a clean grid here. Quebec is considered a clean grid connected to its hydroelectric program. You go to Alberta, again, most of this is fossil fuel based. And the life cycle carbon component, the energy we put into our buildings over their life cycle, is the biggest impact in that case when we look at sort of carbon and sort of connection to the built environment. In a low carbon utility grid, in Ontario as an example, the life cycle carbon is less impactful. It's the embodied carbon, the carbon in the materials themselves, in the building systems. And fenestration tends to be in the top 4 or 5 of any key components. We might see concrete being number 1. Windows and doors are typically in that top 5. So they are heavy lifters in terms of embodied carbon. And we might look through that lens again using things like EPDs, environmental product declarations, to determine the impact of these components, if that's important to us. And this is something I do think, maybe by 2028, 2030, will come into code as well, and we'll have to sort of account for the embodied carbon in the built environment as part of this discussion. So as I'd mentioned, windows are typically high. Again, different window components, materials, locations of raw materials, where these are produced, how they're shipped to site, all impact what we call the GWP, the global warming potential. And in this case, this is sort of the equivalent on a meter square of window of the CO2 equivalent in kilograms. And so these are really key to understand that the impact of these products that we're choosing isn't just from an energy perspective or from a comfort or durability perspective, but carbon plays a key role in terms of this as well. So, typically vinyl windows tend to be the highest, aluminum somewhere in the middle. Fiberglass, wood windows are quite low. Fiberglass tends to be quite low, again, as an engineered composite based on its base materials, although there's still fossil fuel in that system. These results stem from a UBC study in 2019. That's the only study that I have in Canada. If we look at European studies, again, you're going to see a much greater delta in terms of the GWP range. The Europeans, again, have fine-tuned this a bit further. And if we add triple glazing to add further performance to fenestration, that increases the GWP. So again, just another tool to use to sort of balance first cost, energy efficiency, life cycle, and the impact of our building materials on the built environment. Some compare and contrast here. I like to create a matrix really to look at sort of the different materials and look at the pros and cons. I won't go through this specifically, but we can look at that from cost, certainly, because these are expensive components, how they manage water, their life cycle, how long they'll last, because that certainly is if you can look at life cycle costing versus first cost, that's a very different picture very often, especially when we look at the different materials here that I'm showcasing. How can we upgrade and maintain these products to enhance that life cycle? Or is that not possible? Do we have to replace them prematurely? These are all things that we have to look at in terms of how they perform and what we might want to select or choose for our buildings. And just really quickly, I'll run you through sort of what we're typically seeing here. And this is a high performance residential project, transitional housing, which is something, again, that we really need for some of the challenges that we have with our population, with this sort of gutting of the middle class, people falling out of the bottom. Sadly, we're having to sort of really adapt to this. And very often municipalities who might hold these building structures for their constituents are finding that the design challenges are great. They have to design very durable buildings, very low energy buildings, because the cost of future energy is, again, uncertain. They have to be safe places for these people. And very often, again, we have to use better materials, because we found out that in the past, sort of design, bid, build, lowest cost, best efficacy are things that really don't work together so well. We have to really sort of focus on integrated design, integrated project delivery, better materials, longer life cycles. That's kind of where performance is moving. So we are finding municipalities getting quite astute at sort of looking at not first cost, but really running things through a matrix like this. And, the requirements on the left are kind of what we might see from a design perspective, what the architect might like to see. The owner's requirements, again, might be different, might be aligned with that. All of these things we have to balance properly. And I'll use this example. This is the next gen of affordable housing in the city of Cornwall, Ontario. This is not a GTA-based project. These folks, again, have a lot of history with affordable housing in their community, have some real challenges with the older building stock that's failing at an alarming rate. And the new generation designed to, again, house people transitioning from the street back into communities has sort of reinvigorated them. And it's been a great project to work with. This is, again, a very durable building system. This is tall wood, fiber cement mixed with masonry, again, very durable, 50, 60-year life cycle building cladding components. This is a high-performance fiberglass fenestration system. Insulated glass, not triples, again, balanced with sort of the insulation detailing. This is sort of net zero-like project. It is not net zero in terms of it doesn't have solar on it, but in terms of air tightness, thermal detailing, the performance of these units, again, regardless of where sort of electricity and natural gas rates are going, this is a low impact building from that perspective. And that was something the city required. Looking at a building section again, hybridized, so tall wood, 6 stories in this case, spray foam interior, connection with continuous outboard insulation. High performance windows, again, as mentioned here, composite, foam filled frames, properly aligned with thermal control layers. And very often here again, from a durability perspective, the owner didn't want to return siding materials. That creates challenges here at the corners, but suggested the window system has to sort of trim itself in this case. And this is a combination of high performance fiberglass with extruded aluminum exterior extensions to allow us to sort of connect the aesthetic and the durability of that system into one. A big part of this I'm finding, and I work with my clients on this, is to really understand that this is not business as usual. So we're looking at, again, control layers that people typically haven't been sort of aligned with. Different materials being used. Very often here, again, we're using different air and vapor barrier membranes, peel and stick products. And we're detailing them with trades who may not have been trained correctly. Very often we get things like reverse lapping or fish mouthing. These are things that we all have to work together on, because we might have in these openings, as I mentioned, these are punched openings, 3 or 4 different trades that connect to this. And if there's a problem, if someone's forgotten something and then someone says, well, it's not my problem, it's their problem, I'm just going to do my thing, we miss these key control areas that might impact performance, certainly will impact longevity and life cycle. And this is where we're sort of starting to sort of overlap, and we really have to work together on these things. So often, again, doing mock-ups, understanding again what another trade has done, and helping them understand how important that is to the next trade in line are key in this, and sort of capturing them, sharing this information. On-site testing are all ways that we can sort of engage with trades and a labor force that really has to learn these things. These are quite new. And like I said, 4 or 5 years ago, we did things that were different than before. So this process, again, very often can be sequenced, should be shared with everybody on site. Very often, again, might culminate in specific testing of mock-ups to ensure air and water tightness. And we do have standards there that we can meet and ensure that, again, there's consistency in this. And this holds everyone accountable, the GC, the window supplier, the window installer, even the users themselves understand how to properly open and close, lock window systems. These are all part of that sort of process. In a nutshell, that's sort of what we should be doing. I'm seeing more of this. It makes me feel pretty good to understand that people are really starting to think about this holistically and work together instead of working in silos. That's a big part of, I think, this. And the technology certainly is there, in my opinion. It's now just about applying this, everybody sharing this and sort of following best practices. This is how we're going to get better buildings.
Thanks, Dave. I know Danielle had a question for you.
Sure.
Oh yeah. I love the idea of trickle vents. They can provide ventilation and offset some of the problems with opening windows. But I was wondering if there are any problems with condensation in trickle vents. They're like common.
Yes, certainly, because again, if we're bringing in, and let's say we really shouldn't open our windows because let's say we have a high RH outside, we're going to maybe see potentially, again, condensation happening, that those have to be drained. So the trickle vent systems are not just sort of added to the window system, they really have to be part of the window drainage system. So I think it's a really important comment there. The other thing is that just because we can open a window doesn't necessarily mean we should. If it's 98% humidity outside, and we open a window, again, we're going to be bringing in some air, certainly, but also the increased RH. Now that creates other challenges. So very often, again, understanding when it makes sense to passively ventilate is something that really we take for granted. We just want to open a window because that's control for us as occupants. But sometimes we shouldn't do it. And as an example, we're starting to see, and I started my career in Europe, and that was a long time ago. I won't mention how many years ago. The office I worked in the glass and glazing industry, wasn't considered cutting edge, but we had actually sensors. We had green and red lights. All of the windows there were operable and this was basically a factory building where it said, listen, today is a day that you can actually open your windows. If the green light was on, you open if the red light's on, you do not open your windows. And a simple thing like that. And again, they had sort of controls, they had exterior RH sensors and temperature sensors. And they basically they had a program, actually back then it was someone actually looking at those and saying, okay, red light or green light day. But simple things like that really make sense because they train us, right? They keep it simple for us. Sometimes we don't want to think too much about things. But this is the other challenge, and Bettina and I often talk about this. In passive building systems, you do sometimes need more active participants. And that means we need to be better trained. It's not as simple as saying, there's a window that opens, open it. So I strongly agree. But trickle vent systems, again, those generally speaking, the European ones especially, do take into account condensation related challenges and manage that water within the assembly.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I had a question about the first slide that you showed, Dave. Yeah, I think it was the graph by John Straub.
Yeah.
When I looked at it, did it show the U values in metric? Because I think it had like 0.2 and 0.3, 0.4.
David, that goes back to the imperial days. Although we've been metric since the 70s, we do have some of the older building science teams that still looked at things as BTUs.
Okay.
Yeah, so those individual lines, those different colored lines, basically looked at window systems performing anywhere, and I sort of translated them on the right-hand side into watts per meter squared Kelvin. From really low performing windows, which we can't use anymore because of SB10, right through to sort of a passive house performance grade.
Okay, because I think when I took a glimpse of them, I saw that they were all like 0.8 watts per meter Kelvin. I'm like, it to me, it looked like that shows really high performing windows. Like everything on the graph from when I looked at it quickly, I thought it was showing just everything that would have passed like passive house standards.
No, so the best that yellow and the pink line basically are 0.85. So the installed sort of U value of passive house products. The lines at the bottom were more typical of some of the first generation window wall that we used back in the 2000s. And, that takes us down to sort of like 2.5, 2.6 watt performance, which is pretty poor. Now, in the US market, those still make up a large chunk of what you see in climate zones 4 and 5, even, in 6 in some cases, in some jurisdictions. We are substantially more, pushing ahead of that. So, NECB 1.9 watt minimum standards. If you look at ASHRAE, sort of 2.15 watts, if we're sort of modifying SB10. And non-metal fenestration, again, anywhere from 1.6 to 1.9 watts is kind of the upper threshold, and we go down from there in terms of performance.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Ismahan is just saying, I've always wondered why we don't use exterior blinds in Canada to reduce solar heat gain.
Love it. So again, a very European approach. Raise and lower shades on the outside, so they do impact us. Interior blinds we can't use in an energy model. Again, if we leave them in the up position, they're not doing us any good. And we still have heat gain between the blind and the inboard light. So they don't do a lot for us other than, what they're designed to do, which is, either room darken or provide privacy. Exterior shades are an excellent tool. Now, there are companies, and there are European companies that have been here for decades doing them. They're pretty hard to find. They're a very small sort of group, a stable of companies that you'll see used very, very specifically on, usually I see them on very high-end res projects. The challenge in our environment here is that because we do have fairly extreme winters, we do have the shoulder seasons where we might see things like ice buildup, that these blind systems can be impacted by those in a negative way. Although most of the European products do have sensor technology that if there's extremely strong buffeting winds or ice buildup, ice accretion, that they tend to understand this and they tend to retract into usually, some type of a cover or plate that protects them. I think the biggest challenge in this market is that we don't see the value in these things and we won't pay the money for them because the really good systems will be as expensive as the windows themselves. I've worked with them on industrial projects. I've had them on a building that I worked in for many years on the west facade. Incredible. They make a huge difference and they really do control not just heat gain, but also working with daylight harvesting. They can be really effective there to jack light up into the ceiling plane and to drive it deeper into the floor plate. So I love them. Here, first cost, and then also I think the perception is here that the environment environmental conditions would probably create problems, although I don't agree with that.
Yeah, Melanie's just commenting it's another mechanical system to maintain.
There's electrics there, there's sensor technologies, it's exposed on the outside, so we have to have durable finishes or else they tend to fade or again, these are the challenges we certainly have. The Europeans, because they place a different value and life cycle on their products. They look at these things not just from an aesthetic perspective, they are highly functional. And again, just maybe a different perception of how you look at these products over their life cycle than we have here in North America. Will they come? Companies like Somfy, who do the automation systems and motors, and some of the other companies, Roto is one of them doing the blind systems. They've always, it's a tiny percent of market share that they work to. So sadly, I'm not sure if they're going to really sort of, I think EC glazing will be probably a bigger thing here in North America than these types of exterior shade systems ever will be.
Okay, thank you so much. So appreciate you coming by and
Appreciate
giving
you
us.
guys having me.
Alrighty.